to call a meeting. Like to call the meeting to order. This is our April meeting. It's our season setting meeting. We've got a lot of things on the agenda, so we're going to try to stay with the agenda as close as we can stay. It's going to be an interesting day. Please silence your cell phones so that we're not interrupted with that. There's commenting, if you want to comment at the meeting. Members of the public who wish to address the commission on any agenda item, fill out a comment form located at the registration table and hand it to one of the department staff who will forward it to us. Assisting with the meeting today is Renee Schell from the Lander Regional Office and Janet Milek from the Casper office. If you're participating by Zoom, you should have submitted an advanced comment form prior to the start of the meeting. If you would still like to comment on an agenda item, please contact the host of the meeting. As we work through the agenda, the public will have the opportunity to address the commission to ensure everyone has an opportunity to speak. And as a courtesy to others, please limit your time. For the commissioners, please see that your mic is on when you speak so you can be heard. That's the red light means on your speaker. And a little housekeeping, the restrooms are clear down by the registration desk, out the hall and back down this way to the registration desk are where the restrooms are for the facility. Would you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You're up for the minutes.
Yeah, let's do the minutes. Or you got to do roll call.
We'll do the roll call for the meeting. Commissioner Lundvall. Commissioner Jolovich.
Here.
Commissioner Masterson.
Here.
Commissioner Brokaw.
Here.
Commissioner Roberts. Here. Commissioner Bell.
Here.
And I'm Commissioner Ladwig. I'm here. We have a quorum, so we can go ahead with the meeting. I would like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes from our March meeting.
So moved.
Commissioner Bell. Second. Commissioner Lundvall. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Minutes are approved. Director Nesbitt, you're up.
Well, good morning, Mr. President, members of the commission. I've got a fairly short director's report here this morning. But I did want to start with a little bit of recovery for something that we missed at the last meeting. So as is tradition and has been for as long as I know of anyway, when our outgoing president transfers the gavel over to the new incoming president, we give the outgoing president a gavel, and we did not have it ready for Commissioner Brokaw. And so we now have Commissioner Brokaw's gavel with the time that he was the president of the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission. And he can proudly hang that on his wall or maybe even in his barn. I don't know where he'll put it.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
All right, so a couple things that I talk about, at least for the last several meetings that I've been updating the commission on, is the sage grouse amendment, the plan amendment that the BLM has initiated here several months ago, actually over a year ago now. So we did receive, they released the public draft of the sage grouse plan amendment. Our folks have had the chance, led by Deputy Director Angie Bruce, have had the chance to pour through that document. There were definitely some some suggestions that we had made, some recommendations that were incorporated. So we're now working through a process with BLM to address those final issues that we have with the plan draft as it sits now. I think that we're looking at, things being able to be finalized maybe towards the tail end of the summer. That's definitely a moving target. The completion date for this project has moved several times. So I think that's probably where Deputy Director Bruce would assess that we think this thing could be wrapped up. But I would encourage you, if you've got some specific questions or concerns about any of the details of that plan, to get with her. She knows it inside and out. And again, we were pleased with a lot of the changes that were made, and think that we've got a good chance to make some more. So did want to let the commission know we'll be making we'll release a public statement here very soon regarding the Sportsman Conservation Forum that's going to be sponsored by and hosted by Governor Gordon here in May. It'll be the tail end of May, I believe, around the 22nd of May. Like I said, details are coming. We'll be making a very public announcement about this soon. But really, it's going to be an opportunity for some really important discussions on folks getting involved in wildlife policy in our state, discussing some of the biggest challenges facing Wyoming and facing our wildlife resources and also our sportsman community. So be a great opportunity to engage with leaders from the conservation organizations, experts in wildlife management, the governor, the commission, and leadership in the department. So we're looking forward to that, and planning is underway. The last thing I've got, I'm sorry, I got two more items today. So TRW, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, Cultural Resources Joint Committee of the Legislature has finalized their interim topics, and our first meeting is going to be the 14th, 15th of May in Cody. We will be providing the committee an update on the topic that I've talked to you about before with Game and Fish financial planning. That will be the first item that we'll have at that meeting. We're also going to discuss some of the just the factual basis and the some of the parameters around wolf management in our state. We're going to be talking about a recommendation from the Wildlife Task Force, which was the bonus point conversion, basically changing from our current system of preference points to bonus points. The TRW committee wants to take that up again. It's been through one legislative process. It did not pass, and they want to take it back up again based on the recommendation of the Wildlife Task Force. There's going to be another bill draft for the whitetail mule deer splitting those species out as separate species in statute, and then also on invasive species mitigation. So busy interim. We're gonna cover those topics over the course of 3 meetings, and because a couple of those items have already been deliberated in the past, there's already drafts of bills already drafted. So we will have a good starting point on those, which will actually be pretty darn good. So there's been obviously a significant amount of concern from public from all over our state, from all over the country, from actually all over the world. I know all of you have heard a lot of public comment regarding the incident with a gray wolf in Sublette County. And I just wanted to reiterate today, the department has done some media interviews. We've issued statements and talked about our role in this incident and how we investigated it. The statement that the department made, I'm gonna reiterate right now. Like I said, we have made this publicly. The actions and behaviors of the individual involved in this case are not reflective of Wyoming's values for wildlife. The actions that came to light in this case were disrespectful to wildlife. These actions were not in keeping with the conservation principles or ethical behavior that are expected from our state, our department, and our commission. This incident casts a shadow over the nation's the state's proven track record and successfully and responsibly managing our gray wolf population. And as this commission knows, we became aware of a potential violation of commission regulations. We investigated that. We determined that there was probable cause for a violation of commission regulations regarding the possession of live warm-blooded wildlife. And that investigation also revealed that that the take the portion of the incident that occurred before the wolf was possessed live and moved around the county, there were no violations of the law in that part of this incident, but that once that individual, moved a live wolf around and possessed it, that there was a violation. We issued, a citation, and that case has been adjudicated through the court system. With that, Mr. President, I will stand for any questions.
Any questions for the director?
Yes, Mr. President, I got
Commissioner
one.
Roberts?
As the, on the TRW, are they gonna bring up anything on the guide boats or anything is that out now, or is that back on the hot plate? Where are we at on that?
Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, yes, they are going to take that item up as an interim topic. It is not scheduled on the first meeting. Unless I missed it. Where's Angie? Did I miss it? Okay. It's not on the first meeting agenda.
Anything else? Thank you. This item is not on the agenda, but we need to kind of discuss a Game and Fish Commission statement. Everybody has been kind of given a copy of that. Is there any discussion on this presentation of this statement? If everybody's read it, is there a motion to approve it?
So moved, Mr. President. I'll
Yes.
second.
Been moved and seconded. Second to approve the statement. I will go ahead and read the statement for public dissemination at this time. The Wyoming Game and Fish Commission, charged with oversight of the Game and Fish Department, issues this statement regarding the recent incident in Sublette County and the conviction of the defendant for illegal possession of a warm-blooded animal. By way of this statement, the commission denounces the actions that were revealed following the department's investigation of the incident. The actions of the defendant do not represent the value Wyoming people and our commission have for our incredible and priceless wildlife resources. For over 100 years, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department has successfully managed Wyoming's wildlife. Wyoming has proven herself to be the gold standard in wildlife management. This incident perpetrated by one individual doesn't represent a failure in wildlife policy or management. We wish to be clear. We support the investigation conducted by the department. We recognize and appreciate the work of the department and the work of the wardens involved. We're satisfied that every tool we have available was used and used to the best of our ability. The department has acted with transparency and in compliance with Wyoming law. The governor has convened a working group of stakeholders to analyze and discuss this incident and relevant laws. We stand ready to provide any support or coordination deemed necessary by the governor's working group. End of statement. Don, you're up for the Chief Services Division.
There we go. Good morning, Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, Sean Bibby, Deputy Chief of Services. Just wanted to present the next two agenda items. The first is on the housing policy. I'm sorry.
I've been notified we need to make a vote that this statement is approved. I thought we did. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion, the statement is approved by the board, by the commission.
No, apologies, Mr. President. Again, Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, Sean Bibby, Deputy Chief of Services, will be presenting the next two agenda items. The first is on the housing policy. Over the past year, the department has worked to revise the commission's housing policy to provide a more up-to-date version that more effectively meets the department's housing needs. The housing policy exists to provide specific guidelines to the department and its employees for the rental, purchase, construction, and disposal of commission-owned property, or housing rather. In this revision, we addressed provisions specific to our Jackson housing project, as well as an update to our minimum housing standards for the purchase and construction of new housing. We've also taken steps to streamline the policy by removing attachments that were specific to certain positions and the housing agreement that will allow the department to make modifications without coming to the commission for non-substantive policy changes. We've also included clarification in the policy regarding the responsibilities of the department and the occupants of department housing in order to aid in providing more effective long-term maintenance of commission-owned housing. With that said, we would ask the commission for its approval of the revised housing policy as presented, and I would stand for any questions.
Motion to approve the policy.
Mr. President, I love it when they make things easier and more concise. I would move approval.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the amended housing and policy. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next agenda item is an update on our Jackson housing project. The good news is we have 7 houses set and they are currently stitching those in, roofs, trusses, insulation, and all of that is, that work is taking place as we speak. Site work has been delayed a little bit. It is full-fledged mud season in Jackson on site at the moment. So that work has been delayed a little bit, but that was not unexpected as spring comes into full motion here. We are looking to do the highway bore for our electrical and telecommunications cables coming through in the next several weeks here. And then the sewer bore is scheduled for the middle of May. And as we work through the agreement with the town of Jackson to get that all finalized, we'll be working on that. So that's on schedule, as well as the 2 to 4 weeks that it'll take to get that completed. We'll have Jorgensen and White Mountain go out and do some well testing that we need to get done for our DEQ permit, and then we can continue forward with all of our site utility plan work and the remainder of the construction. So I'll have a better update for you in July with some pictures of what the housing project will look like. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Deputy Chief, Bibby, is that sewer board that goes to an existing sewer system, right? Goes to the district, school district?
That's correct, Mr. President. The sewer connection will be with the school district's sewer system, which is what we were planning for all along. It's just taken a little while to get all the paperwork completed.
Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. President, if I may, how are we doing on the budget for the construction?
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, we're within our budget. We are being very judicious with how we utilize the contingency funds when we need to. We've worked very hard with trying to make sure the expenses are for absolute needs. And so far we are on track.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
No, Mr. President, that's the best Jackson housing report we've had yet. Fantastic.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Chief Miller?
Morning, Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt. My name is Dirk Miller. I'm the Chief of the Fiscal Division, and I have a request for you today to approve the transfer of one licensed selling agent. The Ace Hardware in Buffalo changed ownership, and so the new owners would like to continue being a licensed selling agent as their prior owners had. They've done all the paperwork required. The local senior game warden has reviewed and approved, recommended that we continue with them as an agent. And so I would ask that you approve the transfer of that licensed selling agent and be happy to answer any questions.
This transfer is just a name only transfer and they have all the equipment in place already.
Everything's all set up. They're operating now under temporary approval per regulations, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. President, I would vote to approve I would move to approve the transfer of licensed selling agent Ace Hardware Buffalo.
I'd second that motion.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Bell and seconded by Commissioner Brokaw to approve the transfer as presented. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Chief Wood?
President Ladwig, Commissioners, Director Nesvik, Meredith Wood, Agenda Item 6, requesting the commission to authorize the transfer of 6% of your lifetime license account into your operating fund. Under Wyoming Statute 23-1501C, the commission may authorize transfer of 6% of the balance of the lifetime license fund into the operating fund for future allocation by the commission through your budget. We typically do this transfer at the end of May. I anticipate the total amount being roughly $427,000. So if there are no questions, I would like to request the authorization to transfer those funds at the end of May.
Any questions?
Mr. President, I would move to transfer the 6% of the lifetime license fund balance and the net revenue earned from the sales of the alternative enterprise merchandise during the fiscal year into the commission's operating fund.
So second.
Been moved by Commissioner Roberts and seconded by Commissioner Brokaw to approve the transfer of the funds. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Chief Reimeyer, now we get into the fun.
It's the Doug Show.
The Doug Show. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. You can start my timer now and I'll take my 2 minutes and then I'll yield the rest of my time to Mr. Nesvik.
That's what you call delegating up, which isn't gonna work today.
It's never worked for me before, so I don't know why I would think that today would be any different.
Good try, though.
All right. Well, welcome. And I got so many things to keep track of here. First thing I gotta do is turn this thing on. So Wayne told me to make sure I do that. So, all right. See if that works. So what I want to do is just similar to other years, I want to talk through the process, give you an overview of where we're at with season setting. And ultimately, we're going to get to each of those regulations, chapters 2 through 20. And you'll have the opportunity to discuss those and hear from the public. And I will try to do my best to give you an overview of what those public comments tied to within each of those regulations. So basically the data collection and this process is a year-round engagement with our publics. Our game wardens, biologists, whenever they're working with the public, they're contacting people at Hunter Ed, they're talking to people all through their communities, and they're gathering that information all year round. They're kind of conscientious of what our public's concerns are. It really gets into full speed and full steam about the end of January when they're starting to do final season preparations. They're getting harvest surveys, they're getting public input as well during some of those interactions they have. And then data collection with survey flights, harvest surveys and things. We generally post draft regulations and Mike Choma really takes the lead on this for us, and he posts those draft regulations in March. And that's when our public comment period starts. And we have those local public meetings in mid to late March. And this year we had about 740 people that attended those meetings. We also developed online presentations that went online about March 19th. And here we are today. Now the commission is going to have a chance to look at those regulations and it'll be up for your consideration to adopt those. So basically, once those presentations were posted online, we had 134,000 impressions. And I didn't know what impressions really were, but it's basically if somebody clicks into the website and they click into that and it opens up on their webpage, those presentations. There was over 8,000 views and there's 700 hours of watching. And so you can see the breakdown with the regions there on how many views were achieved with those presentations. In addition, we started some new promotions this year. You know, Nish and her folks started working with Cowboy State Daily and took out some ads. And in there, we had 340,000 views, almost 800 clicks into those views. And then the Wyoming Press Association had some readership stats as well, which all three of those were about 90,000 to 80,000. There's that text block because we're online kind of covers up some of the slide here. So I don't know, Wayne, if there's any chance to move that. I don't know where the best place is for that, but anyway, you can see that there's traditional promotions. We do the website, we have emails, social media, news releases, and our magazine features. And so news releases, we had 4,000 times that they were viewed. We had 500,000 email subscribers. And our social media reached about 50,000 people. And again, thousands of views on our webpage. So really pretty impressive in terms of where we're at with reaching out to people where Nish's folks have been really helping us step this up. And I think it's helped us out a lot this year. Again, there's online comments, and then the other column over to the other side is written comments submitted. And so the bottom, the totals 299 and 142 for those various species that we had comments submitted. Last year was a little bit higher, but keep in mind that we had that severe winter going on. And we had a lot of people, if you remember, at the meeting that had really participated in the process. And so we're down a little bit on the number of people commenting on the deer seasons, and that was the main difference we saw from last year. So overall, if you look at that draft regulation that's in your notebook, there's going to be each line of text is either for a hunt area or a type license. And if you look at Chapter 5, there's just under 100 of those changes that we made this year. And that's really tied back to data collection and our people's engagement with landowners, sportsmen, and other stakeholders as they develop those draft regulations. The highlights that you'll see in Chapter 5, for example, if there's a yellow highlight, those are the changes, and I'll show a slide with more information about that as we go. Those are the changes that we made subsequent to the public comment period. But a lot of our comments, a lot of the changes that you'll see in those regulations are the direct result of the interactions we had with our publics or the biological data that's been collected by our staff at the field level. With Chapter 6, which is mule deer, there's 100 changes. With Chapter 7, that's elk, there's 163. And then the moose changes is Chapter 8, 28, and 24 in bighorn sheep, Chapter 9. And those changes in moose and sheep are going to be tied, a lot of those are tied to trying to meet the 90-10 split. And I'll have a couple slides that talk a little bit about how we achieve that as we go through those regulations. Before we get into the regulations, so I do want to touch on a little comparison of what winter conditions have done to us over the last few years. And so you can see April 2022, yellow was basically below the averages. When you get to the green, it's at average. Red is severely below. And then you can see that 2022, we had some pretty severe conditions in terms of drought in the state. Conversely, in 2023, the entire state, as you know, we had a pretty severe winter conditions throughout the state and pretty tough conditions for our wildlife last year. This year, on the other hand, we're approaching average in a lot of portions of the state, but we still had some drier areas. Lusk did come up over the last week, I understand. little bit of water there. So that was good to see. Unfortunately, it all came at one time, which really puts a burden on our folks. And overall, this winter, really a big difference from last year. And a lot of the average, when we reached the average snow water equivalent or the water content in the snow, it really came at the end of February and the first part of March. So a lot of those animals did really well throughout most of the winter. And so here's another graphic that just shows you the snow coverage across the state, April of last year and April 3rd of this year. And I think what I'd like to point out is, so you look at that Lander country, and you can see how that snow coverage really was all the way out through the Red Desert, and compared to this year, as well as over towards LaBarge, you can see that there was just heavy snow cover there compared to this year. And as we get into the regulations, chapters 5, the pronghorn and the deer seasons, you'll see that we're still conservative in those areas, primarily because of that. The other thing to keep in mind from last year is that not all of the state had that severe weather events that caused some problems for us. And so that'll be reflected in our specific slides, and I'll show you here in a minute. So just as an example, so this is LaBarge, April 4th last year. It's not the exact same spot on the photo, but it's general area. And you can see that April 5th of this year, huge difference. Those deer went into the winter. The ones that survived last year, as you know, we lost a lot of deer. The ones that were there did really well, a lot of fat on that they stored. And so we're looking pretty favorable for what we will see this year as those deer start reproducing. They're having their fawns. So that what I'd like to do is, we'll start with the lowest chapters first. And so then after each chapter, the commission will have some opportunity to have a discussion and ask questions about it. I'll go through the changes on the general regulations like this one, and then try to answer any questions. And I'm basically just the spokesman for the division as we move these regulations forward. And I've got a lot of our staff here with me today, from Mike Choma and all the wildlife management coordinators from around the state. So if we have questions that I'm not able to cover, we'll ask one of those folks to please step forward. And if you're ready, Mr. President, I'll go ahead and proceed with chapter 2.
You can go right ahead. Before you start, I'd like to recognize the effort that was put into this, and Mike for giving us these magic little boxes that we finally learned how to use. There's a lot of information in there. Thank you, Mike.
All right, so chapter 2 is really the, it's the guiding regulation for our hunting seasons. There's a lot of definitions. There's guidelines in there for bag limits, evidence of sex, and other things within there. And so this year we have 2 changes in there. The first one being a type 8 license for elk hunting. And basically, if you look at section 4 in that chapter 2 regulations, it governs how many licenses a person can hold during the initial draw, and then the after the leftover sale. And so this new portion that we added in there is basically allowing those type 8 license holders to have an unlimited number of licenses. And this is really geared towards managing those elk populations where we've been having a lot of complaints and a lot of damage. It's a pretty strategic license. This language and this regulation only gives us the avenue to create those in the chapter 7 elk regulations. So it doesn't approve any numbers in this regulation. It's just the language saying that they can have unlimited licenses. The next change that we are proposing in here is for any bighorn sheep, we created a type 2 license. And the type 2 is a license for sheep that are less than 3/4 curl. And again, this is just the language to help place that opportunity to tell people that they can have one of those licenses. So we'll have the regulation chapter 9 will explain that less than 3/4 curl regulation that we're asking you to include in that regulation. This just allocates the license. So those are the two changes for that chapter regulation, and it's our recommendation that the commission approve this as presented, as proposed, and I'll stand for any questions.
Are there any comments, questions? Any comments from the public? Go ahead, ma'am. Ma'am, are you there?
Unmute Marion.
Nothing? Going once? Going twice? Can't make connection? Any other comments from the public?
Mr. President, I move to approve chapter 2 as the departments presented it.
Second?
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Brokaw, seconded by Commissioner Lundvall to approve as presented. Any further discussion?
Just, Mr. President, in reading the comments from the public, and I really encourage the public to participate, but you could tell, and kudos to the department, you could tell the comments from the people that attended the meeting and got the basis and understanding of what they were, compared to those that didn't attend to a meeting and thought it was a free-for-all. So good job, department, on educating your public.
Thank you.
Agreed. All in favor of approval?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Chapter 2 is approved.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Moving on, if we can get to the next slide. So what I'm going to do for the next regulations is I've got this map that looks like the sidewalk chalk colors, and that'll give us an overview of where those regions are. And I'm going to try and touch on statewide issues, and then we'll drill in a little bit further and see what the management issues are within those regions and what their management goals are as we talk through the regulations. So of course, chapter 5 is the next regulation in our sequence to cover. It's antelope seasons. As most of us, it's pronghorn really, but we call them antelope just culturally. So, so the 2024 season statewide, of course, you saw from the winter maps that Western Wyoming had some serious issues with winter severity, snow cover, disease issues. And so they're really concerned and continue to manage for maintaining some hunting, but also let that population start to climb back up. Northern Wyoming basically missed a lot of that severe winter conditions. They're starting to see some winter, some ratios for the fawns starting to come up a little bit, but they still have those impacts from drought. As you guys that live in Eastern Wyoming, and you have a drought, you know that there's some lingering effects from that. And so we're still trying to get through that. We're really looking forward to the conditions that are out there right now on the ground. We think we're setting ourselves up for a good year. Eastern Wyoming continues to do well, and you'll see as we get into the Casper and the northern Laramie regions, there's going to be some changes in the season structure there. And central part of the state, that winter map that I showed, that Lander country and out into the Red Desert, pretty tough conditions there, and we're pretty sensitive to that yet. So overall, changes in quotas that will allow population growth. And again, disease from mycoplasma, EHD, drought in the winter conditions really influence those, the recruitment of those populations. And that's going to be reflective in our regulations today. Public is really supporting the seasons in those local areas. As Commissioner Brokaw mentioned, some people that went to those meetings, they really got it. And I think we had 750 people attending those, and obviously there was a lot of comments provided, but there's a lot of people that understood kind of the predicament that we're in with losses last year. There is public concern regarding those lower pronghorn numbers, as I mentioned as well. So I'll switch over now, I'll go through each of the regions within the state, and we'll starting with the Jackson and Pinedale region. So there's only one unhunt area in the Jackson region, and so we lumped these two regions together. So again, those colors on the map depict the Jackson region, Pinedale region, and then the hunt area boundaries, and you can see the hunt area numbers there. In general, large losses, as we mentioned over the last winter with mycoplasma. Also, those severe winter conditions contributed to just natural mortality from the winter. We had emergency regulations, if you remember last year, that we reduced some tags and eliminated all doe fawn licenses and reduced buck doe tags in a lot of this country around Pinedale and up through the Bondurant and into Jackson. And so proposed changes for this year, they're down another 60 licenses. There's no doe fawn antelope licenses, and so there's no changes there. And this year they're proposing to have these two areas on the northern tier closed. And so if you remember, the path of the pronghorn and the identified sublet corridor goes into a lot of this country up in here, and we saw some significant declines in those antelope numbers there. In general, our public, we're very understanding of where we're at and support season reductions and closures. And some of the publics actually asked for more closures, and our managers took that into consideration and really tried to keep, you know, biologically, if there's an opportunity to have people hunting there, we wanted to maintain that. So those seasons that remain open, we feel that biologically we can sustain that. And what I'll do is, so we'll go through, there's 8 regions. And if they're combined like Jackson and Pinedale, there'll be 7 on the slides here. And if there's no species there like bighorn sheep, we'll just go to the regions that have that. So Cody region is the next region in our hierarchy. And in that region, overall pronghorn populations are still low in the Bighorn Basin. But their fawn ratios are starting to improve. So they're pretty optimistic there. And again, that EHD is a huge issue over there when we have those drought conditions. We see that gnat causing some population prevalence there, and we're concerned about that. They had some minor reductions in doe fawn licenses, but that'll continue to allow for population growth. Some issues from the public. There's concern regarding those low numbers, and particularly in the southern end of the Bighorn Basin. And we're very conscientious about that. And we're trying to adjust season structure to address those concerns. We have an increase of 25 any antelope licenses, and we have a reduction of 200 doe fawn licenses in the Cody region. Switch over to Sheridan. Populations again declined because of those drought, and I can't emphasize enough how much drought has really some negative impacts on these populations. You combine that with when you have the disease from a drought, you combine that with those severe winters, and it's really a recipe for a tough go for a wildlife manager to get those populations to recover. And so we're conscientious of it again, and we're working with our publics on that. Populations are generally low, but we feel that they're stable right now. And in the eastern portion of that region, when you get over towards Gillette and stuff, things are starting to get a little bit better there. And so there are some increases in licenses in that eastern portion. Public's generally support for those proposed seasons. There's suggestions to change one of the open dates for that area to October 1 on private lands, just because of some of the overlap with archery and the concerns with having rifle hunters out. And so our folks are still talking with their publics about that. Proposed season changes, any antelope, we're going to go 125 more licenses in that region and reduce the doe fawn licenses. Switching down to Southwest Wyoming, Green River regions, region 4. And you can see this is a highly sought after pronghorn hunting opportunities in this part of the state. You know, last year we had some publics concerned about those pronghorn numbers in and around the Bags area, and we adjusted hunting seasons accordingly there. Again, the winter was severe. We had conservative quotas due to those lingering winter effects throughout most of the region. Fawn ratios suppressed and minimal doe fawn tags put into place. One of the areas that probably is a pretty favorable area that we've seen some good survival last year. I don't know if you remember, we talked through where mortality was highest, but that Cedar Mountain area, those pronghorn, they had a pretty high survival rate. They did okay. But just across the interstate, when you got into these pronghorn that came from some of that lander country, we had 50% mortality on those radio-colored animals. So again, you'll see huge changes to our or pretty conservative season structure there because of that. Within the Green River region, 50 less licenses for any antelope, and they do have a small number of doe fawn licenses to address some localized damage concerns there. Switching over to Laramie region. Again, Southeast Wyoming wasn't nearly as hit as hard as the rest of the state, but they did have some severe winter conditions, and again, some die-offs from the winter severity, but they're allowing their populations to recover. They're providing additional opportunities in herds that were not affected by that, because again, that winter conditions was pretty localized once you got to the eastern part of the state. And within the region, they continue to observe poor fawn numbers, and then that in turn results in lower yearling bucks. And if you think about last year, if you don't have fawns, then 50% of those are going to be yearling bucks. So if you have a low number of fawns one year, the next year you're not going to have those yearlings. And so our managers really track the numbers of yearlings for deer and antelope and elk even to determine what kind of recruitment we're seeing in those populations. And so in the Laramie region, they're pretty concerned about what those yearling buck numbers look like. During public meetings, I had that first slide with their public meeting in Laramie, and they had an incredible attendance. It was a really great meeting for the region, and there was no major concerns raised during those meetings. I think the public understood where we're at with trying to formulate hunting seasons because of those winter conditions we've experienced. They're down 150 any antelope licenses and down 100 doe fawn licenses. Back to the Lander region, and this one, again, referring back to that winter severity map, these guys kind of hit the brunt of it because typically they're in a little bit of a rain shadow, if you will, in the central part of Wyoming, Red Desert. The moisture there doesn't seem to usually add up that much, but this last year was pretty significant on those populations, and it really shows in their numbers. And they're continuing to maintain conservative quotas because of those declining populations, and some of those really declined pretty sharply, and so they're pretty concerned there. I believe they've got some surveys scheduled for line transect coming up, and so we'll have a little better handle on this next year. Again, harsh winters. Gosh, we'd like to think that harsh winters come every 4 years, but sometimes we just don't get to. It just beats the odds, and we end up dealing with them more often than what we want to. Again, very low fawn production, yearling buck recruitment, as I mentioned, with the Laramie region. If you don't have fawns the 1 year, the next year you're not going to see the yearling bucks. So they're continuing to be some pretty low numbers that they're seeing there. Public's been support for continued conservative season. Some of the publics actually asked us to close seasons, and when we get to the end of this regulation, I'm going to circle back to this area because we do have an errata sheet. And so your draft regulation we're going to ask you to approve that, but the errata sheet is going to have a hunt area 63. And that's one we're wanting to have a further reduction because of so we'll be looking for the commission to have an amendment passed that adds that to the regulation. And we'll touch on that a little bit more at the end of this. Within the region, and I should mention too, so also areas 61, 62, all of those areas, again, in the red desert, very low population levels, low fawn numbers. And so the managers there have been very conservative, and we'll continue to evaluate that. This is a highly sought after area to hunt. The commission, I believe, was reached out to by some of the publics regarding licenses and the numbers of pronghorn in that area. And so we'll continue to evaluate that, but for now, we're still feeling like we ought to be conservative yet this year because of those low fawn ratios.
Mr. President? Only because it's convenient, because we're talking about these areas right now. May I ask a question now, or would you like me to hold it?
We're right at that point in the map. It's probably best to ask the question now. Sure.
Doug, I've got to ask that in 60 all the way up to 72 or 68 or so, you've moved seasons. It's a one-day season, but you've moved them like 5 days or a week. And I'm just wondering why?
Mr. President and Commissioner Master, I'm going to let Daryl chime in on that.
Commissioner Masterson, Commission President, Director Nesbitt, why don't you answer that question, being we're delegating up? It's actually a really easy question to answer, and the answer is that that's a standard third Saturday of the month opener. And so some years that's a change of a day, and some years it's a change of several days. So again, those areas right around Lander, 64, 60, 68, anyway, from Muddy Gap to Lander, that's just a standard Saturday opener.
Thanks, Daryl.
Mr. President, since we're asking questions, I'm going to ask a question that Doug, I think we had a long conversation about this last year, so I will ask it, but I understand when you tell me the same thing you did last year. In these areas that, we're not issuing any doe antelope tags, but we are issuing all of the tags we are issuing are any antelope.
Sure.
And I'm still just a fan of just moving that to buck antelope. I realize that 3%, we may have a 3% issue with somebody that misidentifies a buck or a doe, but I just think that the perception on that, I would rather see us make those buck antelope tags, but I realize I'm one of 7, and if nobody else has a concern and the department doesn't think that 3% of, if we have 3% mistake, I understand sometimes that's hard to do, especially with young hunters. Anyway, I'd hate to see, and I know it doesn't happen, but 50 or 125 doe antelope taken. I know that's not going to happen, but we allow it by the regulation.
Mr. President and Commissioner Bell, certainly agree that that's something that we needed to discuss. And as we mentioned last year, statewide, it is 3%. It's a little higher on the east front of the Bighorns, where hunters do take some doe antelope on those type 1s or the full price license, but statewide 3%. In my experience with taking beginning hunters out, it's been really challenging for, youth that are 12 to 14. And it's pretty nice to be able to have that reassurance that I'm not going to have them, shoot something that I got to call, one of the game wardens come out and visit us. But we talked through it again this year. We're very cognizant of it, but biologically we feel that we'd still like to stay with the any antelope season. I know that there's a number of other states that do require that, and they seem to do okay with it. We feel that Wyoming has the population base to support some level of doe fawn take, and if a hunter wants to take a doe fawn rather than a buck, that's one more buck that gets to stay out there. And I can understand from a population recovery standpoint that is a concern, but it is, I guess, culturally and a tradition in Wyoming that it's always been that way. And that doesn't make it right that we continue that, but biologically, our guys think we should continue that way. And I guess it's up to the commission if there's some other changes that are warranted there.
Thank you. Any further question?
Thank you. And
Continue.
so moving the last region, because I think I had Casper or Pinedale and Jackson together, but Casper region is kind of one of those areas where we are starting to see some recovery. And, you know, over the last 5 years, this region took the brunt of changes because of drought conditions. And so almost 8,500 licenses gone from this region over the last 5 years. They've seen some modest recoveries in 32, 70, and 72. And so you'll see some increases there in the maps and in the draft regulation that you have before you. Continue to reduction in licenses in portions of the region though, because they do want to see those pronghorn populations increase. From the public, again, very similar to the other regions, a lot of concern over low pronghorn numbers, and there's concern about draw odds and drawing. But as these populations continue to increase, really what we need is good weather and good habitat. And right now, the stage is set for us to have some pretty good habitat out there if we continue with some of these spring storms, spring rainfall that we're getting. But within this region, they're looking at an increase of 175 any antelope tags. And they also are offering 350 additional doe fawn licenses. So looking at the statewide, again, you can see the general map here of where some of the changes have occurred. And again, that lander down into this country. And Cody also dropped some tags in that southern Bighorn Basin. There's some pretty big concerns there. But when you get into Casper region, things were looking a little bit better. And you can see the type licenses here and how that changes were implemented across those different type licenses. Looking at antelope harvest for the last 10 years, you can see we're at 30,000 licenses, 21,000 harvest. Most of our managers feel that we're kind of at a stable spot, and we're looking forward to the next few years. I think we're anticipating that things will kind of turn around unless we have more drought conditions and EHD really hits us in east of Sheridan and down through Casper and into Newcastle and Laramie. So keep an eye on that. So now this is the sheet that shows you the yellow highlights, what was changed in the regulation since the March draft. And these changes were a direct result from some of the public meetings that we had. And so managers, these are mostly in that Pinedale country where they reduced the opportunity for any antelope. And so before we recommend that the commission approve this, I'd like to hand you guys an errata sheet, and Mike has it here. And this ties directly to that south of Lander, the 63 area that you guys were bringing up too, is that our public concerns there are tied to reproduction in that herd, lower fawn ratios. And so we initially proposed to go to 100 licenses this year in that draft regulation. And we would like the commission to consider passing an amendment to the regulation that reduces that down to 50 licenses this year. And hopefully we're gonna get some surveys in some of that country this year. And we'll be looking at, we'll just evaluate again next year when we come back to you with Chapter 5. And so with that, the department recommends the commission consider adding that as an amendment and then passing this regulation as presented. And I'll stand for any questions if you have any.
Mr. President, I have a question, maybe best for Tim. Tim's out here. This would be in the Sheridan region. And so I was just gonna visit a little bit with you on the area 109 in that, you know, that's the only area kind of in that opens early for archery, opens early for rifle September 15th. And I mean, there was some public comment and some other communication that what is the issue with opening that season October 1st for rifle for antelope instead of the 15th?
Okay, Commission President, Director, Commissioner Bell. So that is our only area in the Sheridan region that opened September 15th, although we have numerous other ones around the state. That one's been that way since 1994, or I'm sorry, 1994. And so it's primarily bow hunters are concerned about potential conflict out there. There's a handful of public land areas out there that don't receive a lot of archery hunting by deer hunters. Most of our good deer hunting for archery is east of Sheridan. Excuse me. And so it's just a bow's position to not have overlapping rifle and archery seasons.
What would, I guess, Mike, would there be, we've done it for a long time, right? We've done it since 1994. If we change that to October 1st, would that give any issues with the department? I mean, would that change anything? Do you think that would change anything with people that potentially are coming out? It's a long season. That season goes till November 30th.
It does. And that area is an area with a lot of rural development. And antelope are scattered and it's difficult to hunt. And in order to get harvest, we have a long season out there. Antelope don't always show up in certain places until later in the season. That September portion is popular with people that do utilize that season.
Okay.
And so while biologically it wouldn't matter whether we open September 15th or October 1st, it is popular with people that do utilize that September portion.
Okay. All right. That answers my question.
All right.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Tim. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, I have a few questions if I might.
Go ahead.
Let's address 93, 94, 92 areas. And also I'd like to address the 85 and 86 areas, what we're doing. And so, and this will be towards on the Green River. And I might want to come up and, yeah. And I'm really kind of having a hard time swallowing this as far as when it comes down to 93, 94, and we're not cutting any tags whatsoever. And I just kind of want to know, are we sure of that? I mean, everything that I hear from everybody that says, I mean, I'm surprised that the outrage isn't a lot more because do we really feel comfortable that we have that many antelope there to not cut a few tags on them?
Commissioner, President Ladwig, Director Nesbitt, Commissioner Roberts. Yeah, so the areas that you outlined, 93, 92, and 94, at least in 92 and 93, we performed an LT flight last year. And actually after the winter of 22, 23, we did see, and even in 92, we saw a slight increase in numbers from what we saw previously. And during that flight, we suspect that a lot of those animals that moved into 92 did not necessarily go back. What we did last year was on average cut tags about 50%, 40 to 50% in those hunt areas. And we kept those conservative seasons going forward because we do feel we have the antelope and our harvest success was relatively high in those areas. So managers are confident that we have enough antelope there to sustain those levels of harvest.
It just concerns me what the public perception is going to be on this when it's all said and done. That you know, and everybody knows we were the hardest hit pretty much anywhere in the whole state, and then everybody's cutting tags everywhere else, but then we're holding the line here again. So that's just kind of my concern that, and I'm willing to, if you guys are confident, then I'll be confident, but I hope it works out.
Yeah, Commissioner Roberts, yeah, I will say what we did see comparative to such as the Pinedale region, there was differential survival over the winter of 22, 23, and we feel we're in a pretty decent spot, in particular in 92, 96, and 93, as well as 94. That's a different herd unit, but overall we feel our numbers are pretty pretty solid there, with antelope numbers.
Okay, thanks. And another question goes from, and this will be on 85 and 86. And when first was 85 was closed, and 86, we were allotting 10 tags, and then now 86, we're closing that also. That's what we're proposing.
That's correct, and Mr. President and Commissioner Roberts. And so last year, you may remember that managers went into 86 and counted pronghorn there, and I think they were between 10 and 20 animals that they counted. At first, when they counted, it was like 8, and they had 10 licenses there. And so we reached out to every one of those hunters, and there was, they all agreed that there wasn't a big deal for them to hunt that area. And so yes, it's cutting back on that opportunity, but we felt that there's really not that many animals that are coming over the top of the rim and dropping down in there with the severe winter and the mycoplasma. So we feel pretty confident that we need to keep that closed yet this year. In 85, managers detected about 70 animals that made the trek all the way to the park and through the Grovant. And with the number of licenses they've been issuing historically, only like 10 to 15, we felt that it was prudent to keep that area closed until that population had some reproduction. Because we knew last year they weren't going to have much for fawns with the severe winters that they just went through.
And correct me if I'm wrong, isn't that part of the same migration corridor that we're dealing with? Don't the antelope all the way head down clear to there?
Yeah, Mr. President and Commissioner Roberts, that is correct. So those pronghorn that come from Grand Teton and through the Grovant, that's all part of the identified corridor. And it's along the already established path of the pronghorn, if you will.
Yeah, it just concerns me, and I understand that I just get kind of crossways when we close anything for opportunity, and in 86 and 80 and 85, that's two large landmass areas. I'm understanding that the topo's a little bit different on it, but I really kind of get jumpy when we're sending the message we're closing,
Yeah.
total to that much landmass, I'm saying.
I think all of our guys are the same way because we like to draw licenses too, and to see that go away, it's a short-term thing for all of our guys, and we want to get it back on as soon as we think biologically it's feasible. But we would really like to see some reproduction in those areas.
Mr. President, Doug, could you scroll your screen a little bit so we can look at hunt areas 87 and 88? While we're talking about this migration corridor and this herd unit, if we feel we need to shut down 85 and 86, our antelope in 87 and 88 part of that same population that migrates?
Mr. President and Commissioner Brokaw, that they are part of the same herd unit, but there's subsets within that. If you remember from the migration corridor discussion, we had all these different subsets of this population. And there's a kind of a subherd, if you will, in a lot of that country. And the wardens and biologists monitoring that in August felt that they still had the ability to have some opportunity there. And certainly there's some private lands there too. And we've been working with all the stakeholders, and there were comments that were submitted that thought we should close some of those seasons. But again, we're trying to maintain some hunting. We hate to close things. And we believe that the population can sustain that level of take. It's a pretty small number of licenses overall that are offered in each of those areas.
Okay.
And I'm just going to see if Brandon has anything to add to that.
I just wanted to flip my Regal Leaders coin and just talk about that. If we're going to accelerate that population, then isn't it easier to pinch hard once than over 2 or 3 years and let that population expand better? Do we have the habitat for that?
Yes, Mr. President and Commissioner Brokaw. So habitat conditions look really good. As you saw that slide that I showed earlier, a lot of that country is on the south end of 89. And those numbers are doing pretty, they're there. And with the numbers that we're proposing to harvest for buck antelope, it's not really going to inflict any kind of change for that recovery. We think it's the right thing to do biologically for those populations.
Okay.
and our public.
Thank you.
And thanks, Commissioner Brokaw. And that kind of leads to my second one. So we're taking, we take 87, 84, all of these things, and we funnel all these antelope down, and we've cut everything all the way down to the 93, 94, and then we cut nothing. So, and then we open it up for, you know, a lot more tags. I just kind of have I mean, if we're cutting that many tags up above, then why aren't we cutting the tags below?
Yes, Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, I think the optic of it, it's pretty easy to jump to that and say, you know, that's a pronghorn corridor and they're all moving, but again, it's subherds. And if you look at ground zero of where the mortality from mycoplasma was, you're looking at kind of this country right in here. And those were, some of those antelope migrate down towards Big Piney and cross the Green River over here. And they're not going that far south on some winters. And it's a subherd, and the localized population there is the one that we're mostly concerned about. And again, in 96, 97, when the managers flew that, they actually found way more than what they expected. And so they feel like, again, biologically, we can sustain that level of harvest there. And it's mostly it's geared towards those any antelope, so the type 1 licenses. And again, our guys all stand by their recommendation. They think biologically we can sustain that, Mr. Roberts.
Mr. President, this might help alleviate some of my concern. Doug, do you know the herd objective on those lower hunt areas, the 90s that we're not cutting?
Yeah, so the entire, Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw, the entire objective is for the herd unit. And so within this herd, we don't have sub-objectives. We just know that when there's good numbers comparative to the previous years, we feel like we're kind of where we're at, where we need to be, or if we need to allow some increase. And so when you get into that Big Piney country, you know, Adam Hymas and Gary Freilich are looking at what's on the ground. And when you get down south of there, the wardens and biologists again are looking at what's available there in August, and the numbers are just drastically different. And in August, those animals they're done migrating. They're not going to go all the way to Grand Teton Park or into 87 and 86. You know, that all occurs the end of May. And so when we're looking at those numbers on the ground, it's kind of reflective of what's there for the hunters. Is that okay, Brandon? And I guess I'd stand if there's additional questions on that.
I do. Speaking of optics, page 1 of the management summary. In 2023, 298,000, proposed 2024, 330,000, but that's still 100,000 below the statewide objective. And then I look down at herd units at below or above average, and we're more than 50% of our herd units are below objective. And I'm not being critical, Doug, but when someone comes up to me with those numbers, they're really, pretty insistent, what's going on? How can you be 100,000 under the statewide objective, and you're letting this many licenses out? Help me with that. How do I articulate that to someone who looks at just that page 1 or the graphs on page 2? Thanks.
Yes, Mr. President and Commissioner Masterson, I think overall, when you look at where we've been historically, we are extremely conservative. And where we have doe fawn licenses, we believe that those populations have started to rebound and are approaching where they need to be. And so in order to moderate kind of that population growth, you offer some opportunity and not wait until you're beyond where you want to be. And so the managers across the state cut licenses where they felt like they should, But in those areas where those populations are reproducing, and keep in mind, pronghorn are extremely, productive. They'll have 2 fawns per doe. And it's, they can drop 198 fawns on the ground for 100 does. Obviously, a lot of things happen to them, but under ideal conditions, they can recover fairly quickly. And we're at a conservative point in most of the areas around the state. And I think that we're addressing those concerns, but there is an optic that you shouldn't have any. And I can't change people's perspective of that other than to let them know that those sub-herd units, their numbers are where they should be. And there's some opportunity for us to continue biologically to have some public participation in those hunts. We don't want to take it away from the public.
Can you take some antelope from the Casper region and take them over?
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That'd be nice. I mean, and my point is, you look at, when it's a type 1, any antelope, we're just basically looking at bucks. Very few people I had ever been associated is gonna use a type 1 for a doe. So when I look at the, 300, 400, 300, 150, we're not cutting anything. I'm just thinking bucks. I'm not thinking any does. So are we really in a position to not cut some of those tags? That's just throwing it out there.
Yes, Mr. President and Commissioner Roberts, I think we can always cut tags, but it's trying to strive to find that biological balance with the public and manage the public perception. And again, managing and having some take of the male segment of the population is not going to impact the recovery of this herd. And we feel it's the right season and the right proposal at this time.
Any further questions? Okay, we go for comments from the public. Director.
Got a quick question, Mr. President. So most folks did put what species they want to comment on. We have 2 commenters, Tim Harberberger and Jason West, who just put big game. And so, it'd be interesting to know when you folks would like to provide your comment. Would you like to do it now at the beginning of all the big game seasons or at the end?
Comment now.
Okay.
That was the second one.
Come on up.
Mr. President, Director Nesvik, Commission. I do appreciate the concern that's been brought up about maintaining opportunity, and that's what is a big concern of mine as a hunter. And it's specifically with the antelope, hunt area 85. I'd request request that you consider not closing it completely, but keeping 1 tag available that won't affect population, but will keep that hunt code in the regulations in the future for hopefully a better time when those tags can be increased again. Thank you.
Any questions?
I'm sorry, can you give me your name again?
Yeah, Jason West.
Thank you, Jason.
So then I got 2, so are you gonna comment again later on another?
This is a second, I wasn't planning on commenting on this, so yes, the other one was for big game for like the deer discussion later.
Okay, deer, got it.
Mr. President, question for Mr. West.
Sure.
So you're talking hunt area 6? And was that the
No.
hunt area 86, 85, 86?
85, sorry. The one that's proposed to be closed?
Yes. That you suggest there should be 1, so it's not a closure? Is that the hunt area you said managers counted 8 antelope in?
No, this 86 was the one where they counted in August last year. And then it went up a little bit around 20, but the Grove Hunt, they had 70.
Clarification, 85 or 86 that you're requesting?
85 is the one that's requested to be closed, correct?
Okay.
Oh, wait. Okay. yeah, I apologize. I was more focused on the 85 that we're,
Okay,
but I mean, I could expand that to consider rather than a closure down to 0. I feel like 1 would still allow for population growth, but still maintain that hunt code in the regulations to where it doesn't disappear. I trust the department will bring it back when that is appropriate, but just a consideration.
Oh, no, I don't have.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
that has merit to me, a quota of 0. How does that look? How does that work?
Same thing, I don't know.
Mr. President? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President and Commissioner Brokaw. So to be consistent in the regulations, when there's no quota, we have it listed closed because there's no opportunity there. You know, I think it would make things conflicting for public supplying. And we've always, once we got down to a certain level, it affects the, you know, the splits and everything. And so we've always wanted to maintain a certain level of opportunity there and not reduce it to, you know, moose and sheep. It's always been where you had limited opportunity and we could go less to a small number. But these other populations, we never really did that with. We just culturally haven't done that. We usually leave them open. And I'm, for one, do not want to see an area be closed. And once there's opportunity there and biologically, we want to see it back up, open back up.
Sure. My intent is not to make the process more difficult. It's to streamline it. So whatever words are easiest in your regulation, I support to achieve your biological need, whatever those words need to be. That was my unprofessional attempt.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I think Tim Harberger's back to raising his hand and he does have a blue sheet in, so
Okay,
you want to call him.
Jim? Welcome.
Thank you for the time, Commissioners, Mr. President, Director Nesvik. I'm going to be real quick here. I would like to talk later. I didn't know it was going to be split up into different comments, so I just put down chapter 7 on the list. But first thing I want to say is last month I came to the commission meeting and I addressed you guys about different topics. And a lot of people told me you come across wrong as I was an outfitter. I was years ago. I've not held an outfitter guide license for the last 20 years. I do work for you guys. I feed elk all winter. But, and I just wanted to explain myself better that way. I'm not here as an outfitter trying to make money. I'm here for the resource. And what this gentleman just said, I think has merit. A lot of the people in this room think I don't trust the department. I do. I've been working with the department for 40 some years as far as come to these meetings and fight for the resource. But we trust you guys in this room. I'm worried if you close the season, it ain't the people that are in this room today. It's other people out there who will fight to try to keep you from opening it again. That's our concern. That's what this gentleman's concern is. That's why he's saying 1 tag. If you close an area, it's going to be hard. My comment on the antelope was to be, you closed them up there since the meetings. I followed pretty close. I asked for reductions. A lot of people did, and they did it. From the public meetings to now, they reduced in the areas I'm talking about, 88, 89, they reduced the numbers, which is good. I commented at those meetings and on the internet to close the season. After being here today and listening to this gentleman, you get them closed. We got another group out there that don't want to see hunting seasons. Sometimes it can be hard to get them reopened. So the 0 thing and closed sounds like that might not work, but why not just a few tags? And I appreciate that tag numbers were dropped in the areas where I voiced concern, me and a lot of other people. The only other comment I want right now is for you guys to absorb a little bit from our standpoint as the public. You're trying to balance out there. you get hit from all these different areas. And, okay, we don't want no antelope season, we want, and you're trying to pacify the public somewhat. That's just what it is. How many people in these antelope areas, okay, you're trying to do a fine line. How many ask for more tags? Anybody? So why can't you go even more down is my side of it. When you're trying to balance, when you got two groups going, we want 100 more tags. No, we want 100 less. Well, you gotta, or we're gonna go with what we propose. So try to keep them all happy. The only thing you've had, as far as I know, on these antelope, every meeting I went to was lower them or close them. So I do appreciate that they were dropped. I wasn't even gonna comment on this until this gentleman did, and I'm like, that's a good point. You close something, you might fight trying to get it reopened by some of the public out there that don't want things hunted. It could be a fight. And that's all I have.
Thank you. I kind of agree with your comment. I guess I would like to say that we're closing it based on the department's recommendations. And there's scientific backing to that. And I think if we decide then to go and open those areas, we would use that same scientific backing saying that there is reason to open that area. And yes, we're going to have public comment either way. There's no doubt about that. But I think we as commissioners should rely on the scientific, and then we can make our decisions at that point. And I think that kind of alleviates the problem that it won't open back up. If we get recommendations to open something back up, I believe we would do it, no matter who's on this commission. That's my thought process.
It's just a concern from the
I
public
understand.
that you might not get it reopened.
Yeah, well,
And
I understand that. I think we work on the scientific principle usually overrides some of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you mind? I just real quick. Tim and Jason, I now understand your point. I appreciate it. I want to underscore what the president said. Yes, we'll get pushback once we try to open it, but this is a very competent board, and I think you'll find that if the science backs it up, we'll open it. But I really appreciate your point, and I really appreciate you coming here and articulating it. So thank you for it. And I'm sure everybody up here respects it. So thank you for it. We got you. Thank you.
Director?
Mr. President, I have one online comment that just has big game, this agenda item number. And so I don't know if Jay Dallas, I apologize in advance for how I'm going to say your name. It's probably wrong, but I think it's Gugel. Has a blue slip in for an online comment for big game hunting regulation. So I guess we need to know from this gentleman if, I guess I don't know if it's a gentleman, this person, if they want to comment now or later. Okay, we'll keep our eye open then.
So Mr. President, members of the commission, so still wanted to circle you back to the errata sheet, and we had, actually, there's two areas on there. There's 63 and then there's 115, and we'd like to see, have the commission consider adding those into the regulation.
Okay. Everybody's got copies of that? Okay, at this time, I guess we'll take a motion to approve chapter 5.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna actually make a motion to amend area 109, type 1 and type 6.
Gotta move the reg.
Okay. Move the
With a
reg.
second, then we can do amendments.
Gotcha. Never mind. I'm going to make a motion to move the regulation, the chapter 5 regulation with the errata sheet included.
Can we do it with it included, or do we do it separate? Sure. Okay. The motion's been made to approve chapter 5 and include the errata sheet in that motion. Is there a second?
I'd second that motion.
Okay. Now, Mr. President, I'm going to make a motion to amend
Approved, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna.
Now a motion.
Make a motion to amend that and in area 109, type 1 and type 6 to start the rifle season October 1st and close the archery season September 30th.
I too would second that motion.
Okay, we'll vote on Commissioner Bell's amendment at this time. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion is passed. And then the other one, just ask if there's any. Are there any other amendments? Except in a motion to approve the initial motion of approving chapter 5 with the errata sheet.
I would move to approve it. Are we talking about the whole, not the errata's already done, right? No, we haven't done the errata.
No.
So, well, I would move to approve the chapter plus add the errata sheet with that.
That's already been done.
Okay,
It's already moved and seconded with the errata sheet. There's an amendment that's approved. Now what's left is any additional amendments and then a final vote on the whole regulation with the errata sheet.
okay. And sorry for that. But I do want to comment before we take a vote on this.
Now's the time.
Now is the time.
Well, I want to say that, I have the utmost faith in, in the biologists and the stuff in this antelope area. And I know that they work absolutely diligently and they work their butts off to provide us these numbers. And my questioning doesn't by no stretch of imagination. I just was curious myself, but I appreciate what you managers and biologists do because it's some tough calls what you're making, especially with all the herds that they are. But I just want to thank you for your job that well done. Thanks.
Motion's been made, right?
Yeah. Seconded.
Everything's.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All in favor of the original motion and the errata? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. On to chapter 6.
All right, Mr. President, we'll get slides moved forward here. Get to our next spot. All right, looking at mule deer across the state. So just similar to the pronghorn populations, serious losses, in western Wyoming. You remember the focal herd discussion from Dr. Hall, Amber Hall, presented and talked through some of the mortality. And you also heard from Dr. Monteith on how those animals are doing really well. The ones that did survive, it was, they're sitting in a little better spot right now. But western Wyoming continues to have some concern in those 16 hunt areas. And so they've moved those into a similar season structure. And I'll talk about those when I get to the regional page. There's support for reducing general seasons. There's concern with CWD around the state and continue to focus our management on, habitat and trying to get better recruitment in these populations. There's also an effort to continue to maintain hunting seasons on our white-tailed deer. And when you get into the Black Hills portion, you'll see that we went back to a 20-day season. And we're also continuing to discuss harvest strategies within these management areas. Statewide, there's concern about status of our management herds. Disease is an issue, interest in alternative management strategies. So you probably saw in the public comments that there's concerns about overcrowding and harvest reporting and those sorts of things. Our proposed season changes include shorter seasons, some APRs, and we've reduced non-resident region quotas. And again, we're continuing with conservative seasons across the state. Starting off again, so I've got 8 slides for the different regions, and we'll touch on, general management, the issues the public brought up, and then some of the changes within those regions. So Jackson is portion of the Wyoming range herd, and you'll see this when I get to Green River and Pinedale, that they also recognize the concern with that winter conditions, what it did to those populations. They're estimating the population's around 10,300 deer. Buck ratios are 24 per 100, which is lower than what our goals are. And seasons are designed to increase that buck ratio and promote population growth, which again, we're not taking any does. And the buck harvest, the limited buck harvest, we feel is biologically sustainable where it's at right now. Proposed season changes, we have 9 areas in the Jackson region with shorter seasons, and they're going to a 4-point APR. And they also are proposing reduction in Region G and Region H. Similar to the rest of you'll see in the rest of the slides, there's concern about herd recovery around the state, interest in alternative management and harvest reporting. In the Cody region, the region's looking to remove any deer licenses and focus doe harvest and agricultural white pairing areas where there's damage, and to manage for CWD type 6s and 7s. They're looking to reduce non-resident region quotas in R and in X, and maintain harvest maintain harvest on white-tailed deer. Public has some concerns with mule deer populations in the lower elevations and basin country, and that's why you see that change to the non-resident quota in X, is because of those concerns from the public. That's a change that'll show at the end of the regional slides that show that change was made after public comment. So some of the changes proposed in the region, they're going to reduce any deer 50. They do have a few more doe fawn licenses in some localized areas where there's some damage. They have a reduction of 25 any white-tailed deer, and then the region changes are listed there as well. Moving over to the Sheridan region, again, similar to pronghorn deer populations decline due to drought, disease, and those winter conditions. Overall, they feel their deer numbers are generally stable, but they're still well below their management objectives. So continue conservative seasons there. They have white-tailed deer harvest to limit competition with mule deer, and they're trying to maintain lower white-tailed deer densities there. They have relatively high CWD prevalence, primarily in their white-tailed deer, which is approaching 30% plus in male white-tailed deer. Similar to the previous slides, low deer numbers are a concern with our publics, and there's a concern about that doe deer harvest in the region. Some proposed season changes. There's no limit quota changes. There's status quo there, and the regions, non-resident regions, stay the same as well. So they're a pretty conservative season structure as is. Moving over to Green River, Southwest Wyoming. Most herds are impacted by that winter, as I mentioned with the first slide from Jackson. Herds are operating below their objective, and this is reflected in their conservative season structure. CWD prevalence is a concern with the managers, and they're kind of continuing to monitor what that prevalence is doing. From a public standpoint, there's concern about those deer numbers, and we did hear from a number of publics. So some folks want to have resident regions, for example, or they want to go us to start thinking about limited quota. At these public meetings, we had general support for maintaining that general season framework at this point in time. So what the region did was they reduced to a general 6-day season. I know there's a member of the public here that was asking if we would consider adding another day on that. You'll probably hear a little bit of that in a little while. Limited quota areas, there's no changes, and the region's already conservative in these 2 non-resident regions, so they're staying the same there as well. Switching over to the Laramie region, Southeast Wyoming, continue to provide opportunities in recreational management herds, and recreational management herds are managed to maintain a a buck ratio that gives people opportunity to have, opportunity to hunt. In the Platte Valley, they're reducing their type 1 licenses and try and meet some additional objectives there. And they're continuing to work with the public. You remember last July, we had a meeting in Wheatland, and the region had been talking about some CWD management options. And that's still on the backs of our mind. What can we do with season structure to curb some CWD prevalence? And so we'd like to continue to explore that. There's minimal doe harvest to address damage concerns in the Laramie region. Some concerns from the public include that herds are suffered higher winter mortalities than reported, so they're sensitive to that. And there's mixed comments on the decrease of any deer licenses in that in the Platte Valley herd unit. If you look at what we've done in that region, there's a reduction of 255 licenses, and that's primarily that Platte Valley country. And doe fawn licenses decreased 100. White-tailed deer increase is noted there. And then the regions in the non-resident regions are staying the same. Switching over to Lander region, their management direction, they continue to address declining mule deer numbers, especially post the winter 2022-23. They continue to harvest, continue with conservative mule deer buck harvest, and they're maintaining their pressure on white-tailed deer. But they did make some changes in 96 and 97. And if you look at your map, you'll see those areas, 96 and 97, just in eastern portion of there. So some issues from the public: declining deer numbers in the project herd and the impact of CWD. So project herd is on within the reservation boundary. It's 171, 157. There's concern with high levels of CWD there, and we're starting to hear that from our publics. Throughout the region, hunters are concerned about general mule deer declines, especially that winter conditions impacted those. And there's some publics asking a little bit of us to start considering what we do with license allocation. Some changes: antlered deer, no change. Doe fawn increased 50. Again, localized damage. White-tailed deer seasons and white-tailed doe fawn dropped 50. And then region L was a reduction to 25. Casper region, very conservative mule deer seasons in the entire region. All herds were well below objective. They did restore the 20-day season in the Black Hills with a modest increase in white-tailed doe harvest on private lands in that country up there. Non-resident regions dropped by 72% in region A, B, D, and J since 2004. So some pretty significant changes there over the last 20 years. And they have an increase of some type 7s in some hot spots for CWD. Some general concerns from the public: lower mule deer numbers, support for and opposition for resident regions. So they heard from both sides of the spectrum there. Some publics want us to start restricting residents, and others maintain that opportunity be provided, maintained for them. There's extensive landowner hunter survey that supports the 20-day season in the Black Hills. So you can see the changes over the side here. The type 1s and 2s dropped slightly, no change in the other types. And then the region A and B decrease at 200 in region B. The final region on in chapter 6 is the Pinedale region. Sublet mule deer herd management objectives for bucks is 34 per 100. It's better than expected. And they also had a little better fawn ratio. And again, keep in mind that Wyoming range over here, sublet herd kind of off over this way. And their numbers were not as impacted by the severe winter. They did have some losses, but not near to the extent that the Wyoming range did. And so the regions all got together and came up with a standard season proposal for 16 northern hunt areas. So all these hunt areas like 150 through 156 and the 140s down in here, keep those with the identical season. And that's a 10-day season, 10-day season here. They also wanted to move the APR to 4-point, and the white-tailed deer goes 25 licenses. And we did propose a reduction in non-resident regional licenses as well. So there's hunter attitude survey and hunter harvest checks that indicate that there is support for maintaining that general season structure. So you're going to see in your comments, there's a number of things in there about people asking for some way to start looking at resident hunters. But we did hear from publics at these meetings that they support that general seasons. And there's concern for, again, for declining deer populations. Looking across the state, you can see the net changes in mule deer licensing. So overall 330 down. And harvest, we're at 13,000.
Excuse me, Mr. President, can you go back to that there just for a sec?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
So overall harvest, you can see the trends in the total number of licenses. For whitetail deer, you can see the net changes there as well. A lot of our areas, we feel like we're pretty close to where we need to be with opportunity and trying to do something biologically with those populations. So we're pretty close to where we can provide opportunity there. And there's the license sales and the harvest. Looking at the non-resident regions, you can see the red line cross through, strike through language there that shows which areas have proposed reductions for this year.
Mr. President, so what is the total quota of non-resident deer licenses? Of course, it's the right column all added up, but I don't want to take time to do that. I just didn't know. Gotta be close to 5,000.
A little over 10,000.
Okay, thank you.
So moving on to the changes that we made subsequent to public comment. And you'll see that Hunter Area 22 is highlighted in your draft regulation. And that was the result of some of the public coming and talking to our managers and providing some comment on Area 22 and the boundary that limitation included. In addition, Section 5, the youth hunters, there was some changes suggested there from the public regarding limiting their license to the area that it was valid and the limit and the limitation of that license. So, and then finally, the Cody region, and again, this is that South Basin country, reducing that quota from 200 down to 100. In our department, we did not have an errata sheet for any other changes for mule deer. And so it is our recommendation that the commission consider this regulation as presented and as proposed in your draft regulations.
Thank you. Public comments, Jason West.
Thank you, Mr. President, Director Nesvik, and Commission. I'm speaking on the greater issue of the idea to go to restricted hunting seasons as limited quota. And as you'll always hear me say, I'm a big proponent for opportunity because Wyoming does such an amazing job and we have such a great opportunity to hunt here. And I want to maintain that. And we see it degrading all across the Western United States. And I hate to see us follow that. So as the gold standard in wildlife management, let's do something different than what's going on around us. So I would like you to consider very carefully any movement to limited quota, especially to Western Wyoming, where is very dear to my heart. And I spend a lot of my time. And I want to propose that limited quota will not solve any of the problems that it's being put forward to solve. It's only going to make it worse. So deer population, hunter satisfaction, my ability to get out there and enjoy the mountains, watch the species and take part in it. And, you know, like to me and many other people, it's not just a sport by any means. It's not just a hobby. It's my way of life. It's my culture, even my identity. So it's hard to say how important it is until we lose it. So there's a lot of other things that we should be focusing on rather than just cutting and cutting and cutting. Opportunity tags, because, you know, the data also shows as the population decreases, there's decreased hunters in the field and decreased harvest that mirrors that. So, you know, people saying that there's more and more and more hunters every year, it's not true. You know, I've been out last year, it was awesome. I had fewer hunters competing with me and I saw great numbers of deer. If I didn't know there was a huge winner before that, I wouldn't have known it from my scouting and from my hunting. So I had opportunities and I was happy to be out there. So I just request you don't take that away. There's other things we should focus on. Doubling down on the highway crossings, habitat investment. We can do a lot more work there to increase the opportunity, increase the pie, rather than just dividing it smaller and smaller, approaching zero enclosure. So another idea I'd like to have you consider or look into, and this is kind of a difficult one to propose because I don't propose that you follow any of Utah management other than this one program, their dedicated hunter program for deer. A 3-year program that you have to, you know, do some work in conservation to be able to be in the program for a 3-year program, and you can harvest 2 deer in that 3 years. So there's a lot more details to that, but I think Wyoming could do it even better and make it for Wyoming. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions for Mr. West while he's here?
Mr. West, have you spoken with the department about your suggestion for conservation?
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, I did mention it in the Lander season setting meeting, you know, briefly, but yes.
You may consider setting up a time to meet with your local biologist and go through that concept a little bit more extensively. It's up to you, of course, but they might want some details on it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I'll definitely follow that recommendation. Thanks.
Next one is McKay Erickson.
Thank you very
Welcome.
much, Mr. President. Commissioners and Director Nesvik. I am McKay Erickson from Afton, Wyoming. I'm a lifetime resident hunter and I'm here quite a bit. Hopefully I don't drag it on too long. Bottom line, I'd like to urge the most conservative seasons and harvests possible for especially regions G and H. We're to that point. I hope that we never had to panic, but I think we're to that point where we better panic and we better do some major things to divert another catastrophe if we have a bad winter or other disease or whatever hits especially the Wyoming range mule deer. Not coming to you asking for anything that I wouldn't suggest that I would take a cut myself as a resident hunter. I think we all need to share a little bit of the conservative nature and the cuts on that. I didn't think I'd ever say it, but I have looked in recently to the possibility of the 2-year rotating license. You get 1 license for every, and you can use that over 2 years. If you kill a buck the first year, you're done the second year. That's for resident hunters. I think that would still give everyone an opportunity to hunt for that one monster and then when they decided to choose the harvest, they could harvest the deer and that would be a way of managing the resident hunter without a limited quota, because that's pretty tough to suggest limited quota, even though to be honest with you, I'm prepared myself to see that happen possibly, even though, again, I hate to say it. I'd also just ask you to address long-range rifle. That is, I don't care what you say, that is not fair chase. And it's impacting the number of mule deer that are killed. Nothing fair chase about that. It's been kind of interesting, those that I battle with over in Western Wyoming that are very favorable towards long range. They're never at the meetings. They never take a constructive part of being, trying to make things better. They just sit back and pick off things from a long distance. I also, there's no other way to do it. And I know this gets hit a lot, but it certainly, even from the numbers, the 50 and 100 in G and H that you're cutting, I think that could sustain more non-resident licenses be cut, give the resident more, or give the resident a little more of a break from that non-resident pressure. I see the numbers that the 24 out of 100 buck to doe ratio, and Gary Freilich also mentioned at our meeting, season setting meeting in Thane, that there was one on the Big Piney side that counted 19 bucks per 100. But that's frightening. That's getting down to where the non-recovery is a real issue. Anyway, I appreciate your time, and I would think that we can't wait anymore and hope for better, but make all the conservative changes that we possibly can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trey Heiner.
Thanks, President. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'd like to echo what McKay said. That was a good speech. I've heard a lot of support for that 2-year license from the public. I think it would be a really advantageous for you guys to look into to avoid the steps of limited quota that way and to be able to have a positive impact with the residents with that 1 and 2-year license. Also, I'm here to request, I support the reduction in non-resident tags. At the earlier, it said that there was going to be a reduction of 50 non-resident tags on H, and then on your slide, it didn't show that. I just want to, is that still in there, or did you guys change that? It's still there, okay. All right, okay, good, yeah. I support that. You guys cut 100 tags at H last year, and thank you for that. It made a huge impact in that with the non-resident hunting pressure. And I'm an outfitter, so I should be for more non-resident tags, if I was in it for my business, but I'm in this for the resource, and I really appreciate that. And I support the reduction of another 100 tags in G as well. One thing I would like to ask for your consideration is you have the season shutting down on the 24th this year, which I am for the reduction of the hunt season. But I would like you to maybe consider of changing that to the 25th instead of the 24th to help the outfitting industry have a layover day in between hunts to just make our business be able to operate better. I don't feel biologically this will have an impact on the deer herd by changing that one day. It would add on Wednesday, the middle of the week, so not a weekend. I don't feel like it would have an impact on our deer population.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Heiner?
What specific area? Yeah, Mr. President, what specific kind of area is that? 138, 39, 140? To change it from September 24th?
It'd be 144, 145. And then basically the Wyoming range, the northern Wyoming range and the sublet herd, region G and H. It goes from September 15th to the 24th as you proposed. I'd like to make that to the 25th, just to make our business be able to operate, to have a layover day in between hunts so we can manage our businesses. I feel like with the reduction of tags that we're doing and the reduction of days, I feel like that's a reasonable request, and biologically, I don't feel like it would affect the herd.
Okay, anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
We don't have any more blue sheets unless there's something online.
Is there anything online for deer? Okay, that takes care of that. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. President, could we have department? Doug, could you talk to me about September 24th versus 25th?
Yes, Mr. President and Commissioner Brokaw. So, Mr. Heiner mentioned that to me before, and our proposal was to try and get to a certain date to kind of reduce the pressure on those bucks as they move. It's a Wednesday in the middle of the week. I would just suggest that if we go that route, that we keep all those collective hunt areas together so we don't have one area hanging out from the rest. Because I think if you looked at the regions, there's 16 areas that are together there. And I guess I'll see if do you guys have any thoughts on one day longer? It's up to the commission. I think we feel that there's opportunity there for people to be in the field. And I guess the big concern is the longer you go, if you go really late and you get a weather event, then those deer are a little more vulnerable, but we're still in September. I think we're probably sixes really with that one.
Oh, Mr. President, I do have a question. So when we're talking 144, 145, and it's region G, and you're saying to keep the region together if we were to move that one date, or could we specifically cut it to a 144 or a 145 and them specific, or do we have to do it all?
I think from my perspective with the managers, we'd like to keep all those areas together. Otherwise, you're going to have people hunt to the end on one and then jump to the other one on the next day. And we'll probably hear some comments from publics on, in the 90s, the commission asked us to keep those collectively together because of the concerns they were hearing at that time. And we've been trying to do that. And I think it would warrant continuing that approach.
Well, I just curious on the 135. So if we were to add a day, 135 isn't.
Is not part of that.
It's not part of that, right?
Yeah.
So it would be just what areas are we specifically talking about then? Is it, I have it 144, 145 is G.
If you look at the draft regulation, you'll see that there's a number of those areas in western Wyoming. There's 16 of them that closed on the September 24th date. And if we go with Mr. Heiner's recommendation, our suggestion would be is to take all of those areas in that western part of the state, the 16 areas that are the 24th, and just keep them collectively closing on the same date. And I don't know off the top of my head which ones they are, but we can certainly get that to you.
Yeah, because I'm kind of confused at this point for that. Go ahead. Sure.
Same areas that they've been in historically. They moved it from last year, they moved it to September 30th, closed down. This year, they're going to move it to the 24th. And just as the outfitting industry, just to make our businesses function, just to change them combined units just to the 25th instead of the 24th. Not necessarily region G, but the areas, the northern areas, the combined 17 areas that are coincided, make them close on the 25th instead of the 24th. 135 is its own separate area. It's not even in there.
Mr. President, would you like me to read off those hunt areas? And Brandon and Sean, just catch me if I'm in error with any of these. So first one to be 138, 139, 140, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, and 156.
Thank you. Is there any comments on that?
I'd like to hear from Brandon if you got any kind of comment on this, because this is kind of your location.
Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt, Commissioner Roberts. Yes, so we got together, Jackson, Pinedale, Green River herds with these complex herds that span multiple regions. We got all the managers in one room. We all talked about it and we came up with the 24th. Mr. Heiner is correct that the 24th, 25th biologically probably doesn't mean too much. But that was our recommendation. All the managers, all the biologists, wardens, coordinators, supervisors all met together. And that was our decision to come up with the 24th, just to consolidate all that pressure in all those 16 hunt areas at the same time.
Did you hear from any more of the outfitters on this, or is this just barely come up with?
We didn't get a ton of comments, either in person or written.
I've spoken, majority of them, I'm kind of representing them, a lot of them are in favor of it.
Okay.
Just to make our businesses be able to operate. 'Cause right now we have back-to-back 5-day hunts. The new hunters are coming in the same day the other hunters are still out hunting. It's just a logistical nightmare for us. If we could just have one more day to layover day in between our hunts to rotate, it would make our businesses so much easier. And it's not gonna have a biological impact on the herd. If it did, I would be opposed to it, but it won't. Where it's a Wednesday. If it was a weekend, I would say stay with it, but where it's a Wednesday, it won't have an impact, I don't feel. And it would really help us and these non-residents that are already taking a cut to have the opportunity to make their hunt better.
And I just wonder if, and with that, thank you, Trey, and I just wonder how strong the department's is on the 24th. I mean, and I don't want to, there's been a lot of time and a lot of effort put in by everybody to set that 24th date. But I don't know how strong of opinion was that to come, because, it just wasn't done in a vacuum, is what I say. You guys, it took a lot of time on. So I was just kind of how big of the.
Sure, Commissioner Roberts, we bounced all over from, combined with what it was last year at the October 6th to maybe the end of the month we just ended on the 24th. That was just a consensus of the managers in the room at the time.
And, provide another day for the resident hunters also, but, so I wouldn't be opposed to it at all. But.
Any further discussion?
I do have some more. Doug, on hunt area 24, type 7, 200 doe fawn tags valid on private land. And right below that, there's a type 8 that's specific to whitetail deer. Is this one of those areas where we still keep a doe fawn tag to address local damage?
Yes, I'm gonna see if Tim has some additional thoughts on that, but that's my understanding as well.
Mr. President, it's also 23 and 26 have that same license.
So Commissioner President, Director, Commissioner Brokaw and Bell. So it's not damage per se. We don't have individuals turning in damage claims, but there are landowners that would like to manage deer densities on their properties. And this allows some of that to occur. One thing to remember
is that half to 2/3 of those licenses are used by whitetail hunters because they can be used for either species. So only 1/3 to a half of those are hunted on by whitetail or mule deer. And then success rates anywhere from 50 to about 75%. So area 24, we're killing 60, 70 mule deer does, maybe. 23,
Okay.
26, a little higher.
Just overwhelming comments to strike all mule deer doe tags. And then I rebut with their isolated cases for crop damage. And generally, there's no empathy for that. So if it's not a damage situation, then I understand. If we go specific to those hunt areas where there's 25 tags or 50 tags for any deer for damage, I have 200 to 800 elk. So I'm trying to put perspective of damage from 25 deer. And so I'm empathetic to the mule deer population. Why are we shooting those deer? Why aren't we fencing those deer out? What is mule deer damage?
Again, this isn't damage into stored crops or things like that. This is my neighbor right below me on 1,000 acres that got 50 or 60 does on his hay meadows, and he'd only like 30 or 40. And he every year takes 10 to 15 does off there. Those are the types of people that we're dealing with. This gives those landowners in various targeted areas the opportunity to manage deer densities on their properties.
And just to follow up on that, Mr. President, so I talked to Tim about this at the season setting meetings in Sheridan and Buffalo. I can't remember which one. I appreciate all your work. You answered some hard questions in those rooms. So, and they were well attended. So appreciate all the work on that. And I had asked if I was gonna make a motion to do something with those licenses, because I think it's also that perception of the fact that we have mule deer and mule deer does that we're taking out of the population, and what else can we do with those? I know we don't like moving deer, but if we moved them from one CWD unit to another CWD unit, we have all kinds of people on the Powder River that would take them. And so I'm just, I just have an issue with the harvesting of mule deer does, especially when it's not really a damage issue. And honestly, I would not mind cognizant of those folks that raise a lot of crops, but we don't typically pay very much damage in mule deer. And right now, trying to save every mule deer doe we can, I'm really all for that. And so the recommendation you gave me was to not put more white-tailed tags into, say, the type 8 or that there's already plenty in there, to just strike that type 7s if that was going to be my motion. So I appreciate that. And if I'm wrong, tell me.
No, you're correct, Commissioner Bell. I think we have enough type 8s in both area 24 and 23, 26 to deal with our whitetail numbers at this time.
Okay.
So the easiest and simplest thing, if you were to go forward, is just to strike the type 7s.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. President,
Commissioner Roberts?
I have another question on 133 area. If we could go and you and I heard on 133. Yes, and it's so. How long have we had the antler restrictions on 133?
Mr. President, the Director, Commissioner Roberts. 133, I do not recall off the top of my head. I believe it's been over a decade. 132, I believe, was the first hunt area to have an APR in the Uinta herd, and it came on in 2007. And I know 133 was shortly after.
So we have 132 and 133 that we've had the antler thing. Has it made any difference whatsoever in our management tool there?
Typically, with APRs, they address buck ratios in a short-term aspect. Socially, in that herd unit, it was really unpopular to remove that. Since then, the consistent APR has not moved the needle in recent on buck ratios. We're kind of floating around the minimum objective of $25 per 100 does, and we've kind of been floating around that for a while. The continuation of the APR doesn't, we wouldn't expect it to have an impact, say, going into the next season as far as buck ratios.
Because, and I'm still at, the rest of the commissioners, I just cannot find any reason besides after 2 years that the antler point restriction is beneficial for anything that we're doing. And I might be proved wrong whatsoever, but, and then I highlight these two areas because they have been in place for eons and for no practical purpose, in my opinion. So, and that's just my opinion, of course, but I would sure like the science to, and the biologists to be able to, in other words, I would like the department in some form to really look at whether this is beneficial after 2 years and for all of these antler point restrictions anyway. So thank you.
Mr. President and members of the commission, Commissioner Roberts. So one thing the department, we're very aware of the public concerns that have been brought up today. And in the wildlife division, we've been Chief King and the rest of us have been talking about our next steps with mule deer. And so we're looking to, it's our intention to initiate a collaborative process with our stakeholders across the state this year and talk through some of these issues that, our publics are asking about and the things that we could consider with mule deer management. So that'll be coming this year. And we can always come back to the commission and give you a status report later on, in the year, on where we're at with things.
And it's because I mean, to me, it's from the outside looking in, you said, oh, great, that's a great idea. And let's save the big bucks. But the biologists and the science is saying that's not the fact. And I think we just got to try to get some sort of narrative out to the public to see if we can swing that direction for them to get more on board. So it's not, from such a kind of a knee-jerk reaction. Thank you.
Anything else? I guess we call for motion.
Yeah, we just need a motion.
Call for a motion to approve Chapter 6.
Could I provide an amendment to that, Mr. President? Okay,
Second, and then.
okay,
I would second.
okay.
Commissioner Roberts made the motion and Commissioner Masterson gave the second. Is there any further discussion?
Okay, and now I would move to amend and do a starting point on season 138, 139, 140, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, and 156 to amend to have the closure date the 25th of September to the 24th.
Commissioner Roberts made that amendment. There's a second.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Motion has been made and seconded to amend Chapter 6 with all the above numbers. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Chapter 6 is approved with the.
Just the amendments.
Oh, the amendment's approved. I'm sorry. The amendment's approved to Chapter 6. Now is there a motion to approve?
I might have another amendment, Mr. President. So
Thanks.
quickly going through here, trying to stay focused, but off on my little rabbit hole here. I'm at hunt areas with any deer tags. I'm at 2, 3, 5, 556, 7, 8. Just under 900 opportunities to shoot a mule deer doe. And I understand damage. And I appreciate your words, Doug, on managers are going to look at how we can better manage deer damage. But the public screaming, and I'm hearing them, and my amendment is, I'm not sure how to craft it. Hunt area 24, there's 200. Those are type 7s, any deer. Hunt area 60, type 1 is 100, type 2 is 200. Any of those areas, whereas Tim suggested that neighbor wants to target those deer. And I'm thinking back to Dr. Monteith and what slaves they are to their migration and who's going to be left to migrate the new ones that we're raising so well with our habitat work. I want a motion to reduce those numbers to 50. When it's 200, take it to 50. When it's 100, take it to 50. How would you like me to craft that motion? Commissioner Bell, help me out.
Sure. So I'll start. I was going to take it to 0. So in the area 23 and 26, I was going to cut the type 7s to 0 and then the area 24 type 7s to 0. That's 500.
I'm just empathetic because I know what it's like to grow a crop and to feed your family on that, and damage is real. So I'm empathetic to managers when they say they have deer damage. So I was leaving them some opportunity at 50. But 25 can also maybe be an influence on how to move deer herd off a pivot too, so.
I'm open to that suggestion. I'm also open to thinking outside the box with mule deer management on those areas. I'm also open to providing damages for mule deer does if that's where we're headed.
Yep.
And
So
so
I guess, Mr. President, I asked for Doug to straighten out my thought. And Doug, do you have a list of those hunt areas and types that would, how do you want to do that?
So, Mr. President, if the commission's, or at least if your motion, your amendment is intended to not allow mule deer doe harvest, I think that's the easiest way to do it, is to say a motion to conform all of the hunt areas, all of the season dates, or all of the quotas to not allow mule deer doe hunting. If that's what you're after, that's the motion. And then the department, you pass it that way, the department would have to go through every hunt area and conform those hunt areas. The other option you have is to go specifically by hunt area and look at the quota in every single hunt area. But it sounds like there's different ideas on
Yeah,
what that
so that's
looks
what
like.
Commissioner Bell and I are going to iron out, because he wants to take it to 0. And I'm empathetic to agriculture production, always have been. And so I support some quota there to address those needs. And so I would take your recommendation that all those opportunities to hunt a mule deer doe quotas be dropped down to 25.
I would second that.
Before you guys discuss this, I would like Mr. Choma to weigh in if you have thoughts on how difficult this could be, or if that's a problem for you before they do any more work.
Damage.
Yeah. I almost said that word. Mr. President, there's damage as well as some CWD hotspots that our guys are trying to reduce some densities on as well.
And we need to maintain that pressure on those CWD hotspots. So that's why I just didn't have a list, because I'm not familiar with some of those areas. But I support that CWD management tool and crop damage. So I want to soften Commissioner Bell a little bit is what I'm trying to do.
He doesn't look pretty soft.
And still move this forward.
Mr. President, we could use a break where we could go through and tally all those up, and then after the break, give you a rundown. Instead of trying to do it on the fly here, because we'd have everybody sitting here waiting.
I appreciate the mention of a break, Mr. President.
Yeah.
10-minute break.
Mike is pretty fast, so.
15. Okay, let's get started again.
Mr. President, I'm going to try to clean up that amendment that we were making to that. And so I'm going to make a motion or, yeah, I'm going to make a motion to amend chapter, what are we in, chapter 6? Area 23 and 26, which are together. And I'm going to take that type 7 license number down to 25. And then in area 24, we're going to take that type 7 license down to 25 also. And then and then we're going to, the rest of the areas around the state, and I think Commissioner Brokaw can elaborate on this. We want to give direction to the department to look at that mule deer doe management plan and taking into that concern some of those CWD areas that are around the state that need some work. So that's the motion.
And I'll second that motion. With that intent that we give direction to the department for that mule deer management collaboration process to look at doe harvest, CWD hotspot concentrations, so that each community understands more the process and we get their needs met on their local concerns, but the rest of the state understands why we still do issue some of those tags to get some clarification to our mule deer management. Hopefully our emails will then get nicer as people understand.
Okay, so does everybody understand the amendment that's proposed to drop 23 and 26 or 23, 24 and 26 to 25 mule deer doe licenses and give the department direction to look at all the other doe management areas in the state?
Yeah, and that
Concerned with-
actually,
with,
Mr. President, is any
CWD
doe.
management, so on
Yeah.
and so forth. Okay. Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion on amendment 2 has passed. Is there any further amendments? Is there a motion to make an overall approval? Oh, that motion for the overall approval is made. Any further discussion on everything? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved.
Don't worry, Doug, there's only like 15 more chapters.
Yeah. We'll move on to chapter 7. Correct?
Yes, Mr. President, that's correct. We'll get, advance our slides to chapter 7, elk management, and we'll cover each of the regions like we've been doing. Take me a minute to get these things forwarded. All right, so chapter 7 elk across the state. Again, we'll start off with a map of everything in the state and talk a little bit about some generalized things, and then we'll drill in a little bit closer as we get into the regions. So generally, as you know, we moved towards non-resident regions last year in July. We had those regulations in chapter 44 just as a placeholder. And so what you're going to see in this draft regulation is if you scroll down through your document, you'll see that language is all moved from chapter 44 into 7 with those quotas. And I'll talk about those at the end of this slide, but that's one of the bigger steps here. The other really big issue is the type 8 licenses. And we had talked through those with reference to it in chapter 2. The general hunting regulation. So we created a type 8 that allows for hunters to hold unlimited number of licenses. So if we've got landowners that are having a strategic issue in a localized area, we're issuing some type 8s to start off this year and get those some opportunity there to reduce those elk populations. overall, a lot of landowners really support it. Some resident hunters are a little bit concerned about how it's going to be used but please note that we're being very strategic in how we're using these, and they're for antlerless animals. So we're going to continue to, that's going to be in our recommendation at the end here. So we're still continuing to work to minimize damage with elk. And there's a lot of interest from our managers as well as the public about maintaining, some bull quality there, as well as maintaining elk on public land. Because if you have too much hunting pressure, as we all know, those animals shift over to somewhere else. And we want to maintain some opportunity for people to participate in hunts there. As I indicated, publics are there's a lot of support for the type 8s, but there's also concern about where that'll go in the future. We had a lot of comments about type 9s, and you'll see in our regulations here that we did add some type 9s this year, and we can talk through that a little more. There's a lot of concern from our publics about elk impacts on deer, and people are starting to recognize that. As Commissioner Brokaw mentioned, you got 800 miles out there. That's a pretty significant number of animals that historically there might only been a handful out there. So the public's starting to recognize that. We also took a lot of feedback on spikes excluded in Lander. There was an initial proposal to remove some spikes excluded seasons there, similar to the APR regulation. And when you got a high level of elk on the landscape, having some opportunity to take spikes, there's a perception that it really impacts the overall bull numbers. But we floated that out to the public, and there was concern from them about that change. And so we maintained the excluded seasons, and you'll see that in this presentation. So proposed season type changes. So we've got type 8s for, again, very specific areas in eastern Wyoming. And we have season changes included in your draft regulation that address elk numbers in specific areas. And again, if you look at that statewide map, you know the areas where we've been generally working towards that. And with the non-resident regions, that'll help us as well. Now that we have that in place, that's I can't tell you how good that from a manager, that's helped me out in looking at that. And I think that was a good thing for us to move towards. So looking at Jackson, Northwest Wyoming, herds are close to objective range. Season structures are largely working to keep that objective and to reduce damage. They added some archery season dates for Area 78, which is just west of the National Elk Refuge. And that's kind of that, and I'll talk a little bit, this elk herd has, if you look at it as a funnel, they all come down in the wintertime and they end up in these couple areas. And there's also a resident population here that's pretty extensive. And so managers continually tweak things there to try and keep some pressure on those elk. This year, a lot of wind, a lot of deep snow. If you remember the last week of February, first week of March, when their helicopter was there, it was pretty difficult for them to get flights in. So they did the best they could with flying, but it was kind of unusual circumstances for them to get flying completed over there. So issues raised during the public comment period included reducing archery season length when they reduce the regular season. So archery hunters typically have the month of September, or at least most of the month of September through the 26th in a lot of that country. And there was some comments about trying to rein the archery lengths in a little bit. So some changes in the Jackson region, adding some any elk and some cow-calf license. And that Jackson region is part of that west region, West Elk region. And that's that quote is set at 2775, which is what we proposed last July when we had it in chapter 44. So I'm not sure if there's a Park Service person online, but we generally each year we talk a little bit about the elk reduction program in Grand Teton Park. And this is a requirement based on the enabling legislation in Grand Teton that when it's necessary, the agencies agree on a hunting season. And so I got just 2 slides to show what the Park Service and our managers in the Jackson region are proposing this year. This is just an introductory slide. And Cheyenne, tell me if you know if any of the Park Service people are on. Okay. So again, it's when it's necessary for the proper management of the elk. And this is all spelled out in the enabling legislation from 1950 for the park. And the determination is really, it's based on the biologists and wardens all sitting down with their staff. And if you think it's challenging for us to manage elk in any of the areas, or deer in an area where there's a half a dozen managers, start adding about, a bunch of other interagency people in there, and we've got to really meld what we're doing. And so we try to do our best there. So since the enabling legislation is one leg of that, the other portion of that is the 2007 Bison and Elk Management Plan, which recognizes the agency's objective of 11,000 elk, but it also calls for 5,000 elk on feed on the refuge. And what they do is they generate a draft recommendation paper that I believe Tony brought up from Cheyenne for us to, after you guys pass Chapter 7, we'll have the director sign off on it, and then we'll start moving that process forward. So for this year, and again, this is based on the technical information that Cheyenne and her biologist and the wardens in Jackson all came up with the Park Services, have a season that runs from the 16th of November to December 8th. Antelope Flats is basically this country right in here. And that would be closed, 40 total permits, which this is a huge change from 20 years ago, but overall numbers have been dropping off. A lot of those migratory elk that are, a lot of our people in the audience here are really tuned into, is watching what kind of harvest occurs on these elk that come from Yellowstone Park and through the Teton Wilderness. You'll see Area 79 is closed. And again, that's because the recruitment of those animals is, they have extremely low calf ratios, and we need to maintain those elk numbers where they're at. I mentioned earlier, this is kind of a funnel. And so a lot of those elk filter through 75 to get to the refuge. And so we need to maintain some opportunity there and some season structure to kind of continue allowing some take of those animals. And again, Antelope Flats and then this country here closed to kind of afford those northern migrants a little protection. So what those Yellowstone elk do is typically come down, they're west of the Snake River, they'll stage, and then they'll shoot across the river at Antelope Flats, and a closure there allows them a little protection because they don't really need to have additional harvest on those elk. And that's basically the Jackson and the northwest corner of the state's recommendations for seasons. And so I'll go through the rest of the 7 regions, and if you have any questions, we can talk through. So moving over to the Cody region, elk herds are basically close to objective in the Cody region. There's some hunt area changes. I think a number of the commissioners were probably familiar with this area. 53 used to be a small area down here, and they created an area 65 and got rid of 53. So they tweaked their management a little bit there to better manage those elk populations that are in that area. They also maintain liberal elk seasons to move all those herds towards the population objective. There's a number of public comments regarding the Type 9 licenses, and so the region was responsive to that. And you'll see in your regulation, there's some red line. In Chapter 7, you'll see red line additions or changes for the Type 9s in some of those areas around Cody. They have 15 more any elk licenses and 125 more calf licenses. Over in the Sheridan region, generally their elk populations are close to their desired levels. They have long seasons with lots of hunter opportunity in the region. There are strategies such as long seasons and additional cow-calf licenses and the Type 8. So the Type 8 license, you noticed it was in the deer reg for some deer opportunity. And so the Sheridan region brought up the idea of bringing the Type 8 over to the elk regulation as well. And so it was well received again across the state, some reservation by some resident hunters, but again, it's really designed on a specific location to address elk problems. And we think it's a really good thing to keep in our regulation for this year. For some of their public engagement, they had a lot of support for the Type 8s and overall just support for their seasons the way they were proposed on elk. They have a reduction of 150 licenses for any. Cow-calf is up 175, and the Type 8s will be in area 123 and 129. And keep in mind now, so this, unlike the Cody region, we're on the east side of the Bighorns, and so that falls into the eastern non-resident region. And in the regulation, you'll see that we went from 500 in the July chapter 44 to 600 because we feel that the opportunity for non-residents to participate in this hunt is pretty high, and so we wanted to bump that quota up.
Doug, sorry, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
I just had one quick question on area 123, and that was the area in Raven Creek, and I think it borders 129. I'm just wondering why, or maybe next year we just carve that area of Raven Creek into the area 126 or 129. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I had a map sent to me last night. I think it borders it, so that might be something Tim can address.
Yes.
Commissioner President, Director, Commissioner Bell. So this has historically been open for general license, but it's been in 117, I think.
Oh, okay.
And this was to clean up the regulation a little bit, this change. But what we're actually looking at next year is looking at general license in 123 next year, which would eliminate just Raven Creek being general, but the whole area being general. So that is a discussion we're currently having. So.
I'm glad we're having it. I did have some calls on that already, so
Okay.
it's good that we're having that conversation.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can't delegate up, but I can delegate down to Tim, so.
Right. The type 8 licenses, no matter where they're at, they're private only? The
I
unlimited
believe it's
private?
listed in the limitation for private land.
7 and 8.
No, it's,
Changes on area 8.
you're looking at area 8.
Well, area 8 says unlimited.
No, it's just for the area. Unlimited for the entire area for that hunt area.
Right.
Yeah.
But most of the type 8 elk licenses are of that same thing. They're basically private only.
On
In-
area 6 and 7.
Because I know there are in our areas. We haven't got there yet, but they're
You know, if you look at the limitation, it'll tell you which areas are private land only, but it's generally to address overpopulation of elk in a whole area, but a lot of those are going to be used at those lands where there's problems.
okay.
So
Thank you.
all right, so shifting over to Green River region. Again, most herds are close to their objectives. They've increased their cow-calf quotas in areas with growing elk populations. And they have relatively liberal season structures through general hunting, address those increasing numbers. There was concerns from the public about the liberal cow-calf quotas in certain areas of the state. And I don't know, some of the commissioners may have seen that or heard from folks. And overall, we're still at where we need to be with elk. We need to keep some hunting season pressure on those populations. That region has a lot of publics that are very, very interested in quality of bulls and the numbers in those special management areas. And so we often hear from people that want to have high quality hunts throughout the region. And there's a super high demand for those license types. And it's hard, this is basically hard to draw those. And so when they get one, they really want to see some high quality on those hunts. The public there did have some concerns about the type 8 licenses, but after some explanation and learning at the meetings, overall, we had some support for that type license. Throughout the region, they're looking at 45 less any elk licenses, 50 less cow-calf, and they are part of Region W. So north of the interstate here is the West region, and then the South region is 1,050 licenses. Looking over at the Laramie region to the east, and here they're looking to increase harvest opportunities and herds that are over objective. And this is one of those areas, like they call it kind of the ground zero for us in terms of how to come up with ways to manage these elk in area 6 and some portions of area 7. And so they have the type 8 license to increase cow-calf harvest there. And, you know, during the meetings, they had inquiries about the type 8 license and how it's going to work. And they really wanted, their public really likes to have opportunity for cow-calf harvest, elk harvest. Some changes, 25 less any elk tags, So, and you're going to see a decrease in the overall cow-calf elk in this area, but that's only because type 8 is going to take up that quota. So where we had an actual quota for that area, it'll be unlimited if people have access to get into an area to hunt. So we'll more than make up the difference in the loss of those licenses. And the Laramie region is part of the East non-resident region, which again, 600, and the non-resident South region at 1,000. Moving up towards Lander, elk populations are doing really well throughout the region, and then they maintain their harvest to manage towards those population objectives. There was, and as I mentioned earlier, we had the spikes excluded in the regulation, and there was a lot of public concern voiced, and you probably saw the comments, public comments about not changing that limitation for those 67 and 68. And so the region did move back away from that. And there's support for seasons and elk hunting opportunity in the region. And there was a little bit of concern from some of the publics. We had the Chapter 34 seasons there over the last year, and some publics are just worried about what that's doing to elk numbers there. Overall in the region, in addition to 80 any elk licenses and 500 additional, or 500 cow-calf licenses. And then, of course, we went back to the any elk limitation. We went back to the spikes excluded, including in that. So if you look at your draft regulation on 67 and 68, you'll see that that spikes excluded is back in there. And I think I've got a slide here too that'll show that at the end. Casper region, general management has continued to maximize harvest throughout most of the region. It's similar to Laramie, where they've got a lot of opportunity. They're implementing some type 8s in areas 7, 117, 122, and 126. And they've also had the type 8s. This year, the type 8s will try and use those where we had a Chapter 34 permit in place. So at the end of January 31, if we're still having localized problems, they can use those licenses to address some of those local concerns. And we also heard a little bit of concern, or there's a little bit of management direction for raghorn or spike antlerless seasons in some parts of that region. There's the region did hear from the public about type 9. And again, we've heard that in a couple different regions, and we'll continue to explore that options for that. And there was concerns from the public about that type 8 because there was a lot of misunderstanding about what it really means for the population and what could happen with those elk populations. But there continues to be a lot of landowner concerns about too many elk in the region. So regions dropped their any elk down 75. Their raghorn seasons were reduced. Spike and antlerless seasons was increased 350. Antlerless seasons were dropped down. Type 6s and 7s reduced. But again, these two reductions here will be made up by the type 8. So we're not too worried about having that loss of that number out of the regulation, because it'll be unlimited with type 8s. And the Casper region is part of the eastern non-resident region. So in that quote again is 600. Moving to the Pinedale region, this is the last elk region, or elk, last region for the elk regulation. And so we got general management direction that they've got a couple of their herds that are close to their management objectives. The piney herd is this 92, 94. And every year we hear a little bit about that. That herd is doing really well, and the region continues to have some liberal hunting seasons region-wide, but they also really focus on what's going on in this area because they're trying to manage those numbers in that area. Statewide, or region-wide, they're down 10 any elk licenses, but they did add some cow-calf licenses. And again, Region W is at 2,700. As I mentioned, the 92, 94, you'll see in the regulation that they're running a general season till November 20th, I believe there. So really trying to get control of that elk population. Some issues raised during public engagement include concerns with higher numbers in that piney herd and just how we're going to be able to increase harvest there. And that concern goes both ways. There's some people really like it because it's a pretty awesome place right now, and there's lots of, the density of elk's pretty high. The other concern is there's a lot of deer summer range up in here and those deer drift off into winter ranges. And so that also plays into our decisions on managing that area. When you look at quota changes statewide, you can kind of see a lot of pluses on here. The negatives on here are solely to address the shift to a type 8. And so we're still going to sell a pile of licenses there. They're just not 6s and 7s. And so we took them out of the regulation and then made type 8s available in those places. So you'll see that in your draft reg. Hunting seasons, you can see our harvest ticked up again this year. License numbers did increase as well. Things are really going well for elk across the state. They just seem to be doing really well. And they are kind of survivors, unlike the deer where we had a little higher mortality in localized areas. So now this is the regulation change that I wanted to bring to your attention. It's moving this total section out of 44 and we put it in chapter 7. And again, the 600 quota was last July was when you guys passed it, just as a placeholder, was 500. The other 2 quotas remain the same. And we feel that we're in a good spot to run this for a while and see, number one, how the harvest goes and what our populations do, what those ratios do, and we'll kind of continue to monitor that. If there's opportunity to change that, we'll be looking at it in future years. And we're pretty open to as we adaptively approach this. So the next slide is the changes that occurred because of the public comment. And if you look at your chapter 7 regulation, you'll see that there's yellow highlights in there. And so these changes were specific to some public feedback that we had. Again, there's the type 9 opportunity, went back to 100 there. They added 5 in area 54. And then in 61, they added a type 9 there as well. And that one's back in the wilderness, so it's a little bit different than your type 9. That's for the entire area. So they're trying to target some guys back, push them back into the wilderness a little bit where hunters aren't typically getting to. 67 and 68 will be on here as well. You got the spikes excluded back into the regulation. And then they added some additional opportunity on the type 6s and 4s. Basically, their counts went way up this year. And they try to manage for a set number of elk that are on those winter ranges on the East Fork unit that the department owns. And that's there's some concern about, forage utilization and what's left there. And so we're trying to manage for set numbers of elk. And we got lots of animals showing up there. And so you'll see those liberalized seasons there. Again, here's the changes on some of the seasons to get the spikes excluded back in. And that's all I have on chapter 7. And I'll stand for questions or.
I'd like to add that I think it's good that the public can see that their comments at these meetings do have some effect on what's going on with the season setting. Cause that's what we hear a lot is that, you hear us talk, but you don't do anything. But I think we're proving that there are things being changed because of those comments, and that's good.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Doug, you mentioned that in the Casper region, there was an increased interest in a type 9. But I didn't see a type 9 in the region. Is that something that's being considered actively, or just wondering what?
Yeah.
What happened with it if there's that increased interest?
Interest in type 9s and what's the region's approach?
Yeah, President Ladwig, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt, Commissioner Masterson. So we had quite a conversation. Excuse me, I've been out in the hallway because I'm coughing so much. We've had quite a conversation about type 9s in the Casper region. There's been a lot of interest in having them, but there's also a lot of opposition to them as well. So the thing about type 9s is there's multiple ways you can actually administer them. You could have them be a true choose your weapon season. You can have a hybrid version where type 9s can hunt in addition to type 1 and 2 opportunities, or you could just have them simply in addition to type 1 and 2 opportunities. Excuse me. The reason why we've elected not to have them in the Casper region is most of the public interest in having them was just to have them in addition to the regular opportunities that are afforded the regular license holders. And really it comes down to the point where public land saturation is a huge issue in our region. We have a lot of mixed mosaic land ownership of public and private land. And with elk licenses, we've increased our license issuance so much in the past 20 years that public land saturation is a huge problem. And so we felt that in our particular case, adding more type 9 licenses, just in addition to the opportunities that the regular type 1 and 2 license holders are afforded, would just be an unreasonable increase in public land hunting pressure. So the other flip side of that coin is when it comes to choose your weapon, that's when we start invoking a lot of public opposition to type 9 opportunities. We've done some past surveys statewide. So for example, in 2012, we commissioned a statewide elk hunter attitude survey. And in that case, 3/4 of the public were basically opposed to choose your weapon seasons. And that actually is it's also been brought forth in our recent mule deer hunter attitude survey. Excuse me. And then in addition to that, in Area 7, we commissioned a really broad scale public and landowner survey several years ago as part of an objective review. And in that case, 3/4 of the public specific to those hunter areas around Casper 7 and 19 were also opposed to the choose your weapon season. So we just had a lot of public survey data points, basically saying that we're opposed to that opportunity, I guess. So with that, we've kind of chosen to stay out of the type 9 game, but I also would say it's fair to say that there's enough significant public interest that it's worth the Casper region continuing to engage with those folks, probably well in advance of season setting to see if there's some other agreements we can come to. Excuse me.
Thank you. Mr. President, I just would add that, on the type 8s, Commissioner Brokaw's question. So there's basically like three options in the limitations section. You'll see it in there. It's for the entire area, off national forest or private land. And so the local managers can kind of gear it towards their needs locally.
Thank you.
And those licenses are unlimited in quota. So on the regulation, you'll see that says unlimited. And then chapter 2 allows it to be unlimited in possession. So if a person really wants to buy more than what they've been used to in the past for those type 6s and 7s, they can carry as many as they want.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I just want to take time to thank the national parks and stuff for working with us as an agency and all that they help with us doing. And maybe we can send like a fruit basket to national monuments so they can maybe help us in Fossil Butte or something to get that kind of relationship going.
We'll see what we can do. Thank you.
Any other comments from the commission? Public comments then, Cy? Gilling?
President Ladwig, Commissioners, Director Nesvik, I just have a little bit of a laundry list to do on the elk here, but first off, I'd like to say thank you to the department for the type 8 elk license. When I first saw this come out, I just about stood up and did a tap dance on my desk. I was so happy to see this. All of our work on the task force, the Director Nesvik and Commissioner Bell and I and several others worked on, the biggest issue was getting licenses into the hands of those individuals with access. And the auxiliary license, even though it's a good idea, I think has issues. And part of that is transparency. It's like who has those, how many do they have, et cetera, et cetera. So I would like to see the department use the type 8 license more going forward. I plan on using them on the ranch that I hunted in area 123 this year. And I just think it was an incredible, whoever thought of that needs to be given a bonus, give him the fruit basket. So, but I would like to also talk about elk areas 88 and 89. You're starting to see, and I raised this issue last year in front of the commission, but we have a problem with the archery season up there. And whenever we decide that we're going to manage elk, we shorten the seasons on the rifle hunters, and we still continue to give the archers a 30-day unlimited season. And the archers in area 89 and 88, they do see a 30% plus success ratio, kill rate on this archery season. So they are impacting our herds. And maybe you could look at doing something. So I think the Jackson office needs to up their game a little bit on that, and let's take this serious during this season off season and look at something different. Maybe what they do in area 67 out of the Du Bois region, which works really well. They have a 2-week type 9 season. So 1st through the 14th is a type 9 archery license. It's not a general license. Only type 9 people can hunt it with archery. And then the 15th to the end of the month, they have a 2-week general archery season, and that seems to work really well in area 67. So we need to try something different. And with the diminished number of mule deer and the number of hunters that live in the Lincoln County area, I think you're gonna see increased pressure on hunting these elk during the archery season, and it's not going to be good. It's just going to continue to spiral that experience and the quality of those elk. Last year, I testified on the split in area 48 between the type 6 and the type 7 season. I wanted to let you know that I support the season as proposed. Warden Brown came to my camp last year and we spent 3 or 4 hours discussing this issue. And I think the solution that they've come forth with in area 48 is workable, and I support that. I also support the continuation of the spikes excluded in 67. I think that was very appropriate. And I think the department, especially the biologist Zach Outlander, did a good job of listening to his constituents and made the appropriate change. I would also like to thank the department for all the vetting and all the work they did with another task force recommendation, which was the 3 general elk licenses. I think that one of the reasons why this went through the public comment process relatively quiet is that the department vetted that for a whole year last year. And they got ahead of it. They got the questions answered, and they got everybody on board with it before we got to the mess known as the season setting process in March. So they need to be commended for that, especially Doug Brimmeyer. He put a lot of work into that. I stand for any questions.
Anybody have any questions for Si? Thank you.
Thank you.
It's good to hear good comments once in a while. Next is Tim Haberberger. Again, welcome back.
Thank you, Commissioners, President, Director Nesvik. I'm really happy with the season dates that came out since the meetings, the changes that have been done. I've been pretty involved for a long time, and this is probably some of the biggest changes I've seen happen from the public meetings to this meeting, and I'm really happy to see that. One thing that Si just brought up, and it was brought up on the screen there about this archery over in our neck of the woods, especially 89, 90 elk areas. We went from a 2-month rifle season to 10 days and didn't touch the archery season. I don't quite understand that philosophy. Had real long discussions at our season date meetings with Cheyenne about it. She explained it really good to us that biologically it ain't that big of a factor. I think they're missing that, like Si just brought up. It's 30% success there. That's really high for archery hunters. And I think it is something we need to talk about, shortening that archery season in that area. The archers themselves in that area back in the 90s fought for a limited quota license. And Dwayne Hyde, the game warden at that time, went along with it. He goes, okay, let's do it. It only lasted one season because some of them didn't draw. Well, because it was getting so populated back then already. That was the early 90s. They fought for that. That's how popular it is over in that area. It's very accessible country. And we got good elk numbers. They're down a little bit from objective right now, barely. But it's very accessible place to hunt for elk, for archery. And it's general license, and we are getting hammered. The quality there of the hunt is going way down. You can't go in a canyon anywhere in September and not hear people bugling. It's really hard to get an elk to bugle there anymore. They become bugle shy. So it's just something I think that needs to look at a little more. But I'm very happy at this commission meeting for what I've seen so far, from what happened from the public meetings to today. I'm very happy with that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Any questions?
So
Mr.
let's,
Brokaw?
yes, Mr. President, thank you. So let's work through those logistics. We have a type 9 in our limited quota area, and it works really, really well. So how would a type 9 in a general hunt area work? Would you have to put a quota on that? Type 9s?
Mr. President and Commissioner Brokaw, yes, we would initiate a type 9 as a limited quota season. And we've had them before where we've allowed some general archery hunting to occur in that area and just had people go with a type 9. But usually what happens is then the type 9 hunters, and then we're lobbied to reduce the other opportunity because they have a special license. And so that's been the reluctance of our people to do something with type 9s, is because there's already a number of people that want to participate in that, don't want to choose their weapon. They want to be able to have the flexibility. And so, the Cody region has went to that in a couple places. And there were some growing pains there, but, yeah, we start off with limited quota.
And my second question, Mr. President, Doug, what if we took off 10 days off the front of September?
Let me think about that for a second. I think it would set things back a little bit for those folks because I don't think the elk really get going a little bit later. And, it would be a change for the people that do participate in it, for sure.
For sure. And of course, you want as much opportunity as you can, but we try and set our seasons that's fair for everybody. And so, it's a good point. We reduced time over here, but we didn't reduce time there. So I want to make sure we maintain the integrity for all in what we're approving. So I'd like to hear other commissioners' thoughts on some of that.
Mr. President, I'd be
ahead.
curious on when it deals with 88, 89 up into the Grays River, that how many bow hunters do we have average up in there? Do we have an idea on how many's up there? Or, he's talking about the 30% success rate. I was wondering how many, if we've got any kind of numbers on that.
I'll just have to dig here and see if we can pull that up here off the harvest percent archery.
Obviously, the archery equipment's getting so much more advanced, and the success rate is coming up, and it's the same as we're addressing with the long range rifles and stuff. These are issues, and they do, and I'm all for opportunity, but I'm all for leveling the playing field also.
Sure.
Basically, I'm referring to the Grays River area and over the top into the feed ground there in Alpine. Because I believe it's a very popular bow hunting place, rightly so. But
Go ahead.
President Ladwig, Commissioners, Director Cheyenne Stewart, the coordinator in Jackson region. I don't have long-term trends of archery numbers right in front of me accessible right now. I have some other numbers that may help lend it to get what you're trying to get at here. So I guess I have statewide numbers over the last 10 years. The percent of archery hunters has varied from 9.4 to 12%. And it's kind of been up and down, but no major changes. That's statewide. For actually harvest in that herd unit, which is the Afton herd unit, we had a total harvest, this is the 2023 season, of 107 for archery. And for the rifle, 727. That was the actual harvest reported for the 2023 season. And I have that broken up by hunt area, but it varies widely based on the sizes and the range and success of those hunt areas. So I feel like it might be more useful to look at that herd unit number.
We wouldn't have an idea whether it would be cows or bulls in that area?
She's digging. One thing to keep in mind with a lot of these seasons, there's some historical perspective that a lot of people that are drawing that license have that perspective that they can hunt. And so a lot of these changes, we like to run them by our publics before they're implemented on as a floor change here. And if that's the direction the commission would like to go, we can bounce it off our publics and give them an opportunity to kind of adapt to it before we have it implemented in the year that we're setting the seasons. Give us a little opportunity to let them know where it's at. Area 88 is limited quota, so it's probably not an issue to adjust things there because it's a limited number of people. Yes, they do have high success, but there's only 40 licenses there if I'm reading this right, so.
I've had the fortune and the misfortune of hunting 88 quite a bit. So I've felt the pain and I've felt the exuberance both.
Yeah. We don't, Mr. President, we do not have a breakdown of the sex and age on those, but in my experience in talking with archery hunters around, there's very, very few cows that get taken on an arch when they're out there on archery because they know they can, most of them can flip back over to the rifle season and hunt later.
Mr. President, Doug, I think you made a great point. That's a pretty big boat to rock from historical use, so I would ask that you go back, go back and present that to your locals and let them have a shot at it first before we just
For 2025.
nuke it here. Yeah.
Okay.
But that's a fair argument and I want to maintain that integrity. And if the rifle guys are giving up some time, what are the bow hunters going to give up? That's fair. That's a fair argument.
Yeah,
That's a discussion that should be taken.
Okay,
Tim Harborberger has another comment.
oh, okay, Jim?
I don't know if I probably shouldn't have walked away while it was on my subject. I agree with that 100%. Let's start talking about it. I agree with that 100%. Because I've tried to talk to all the archers I know. I archery hunt, so don't think I'm against it. I can't get a consensus. You want it on the end? I liked our old archery season, 15 days before the rifle season, which was the 1st to the 15th of October. I like that better, but we went to a statewide season. But I've tried to talk to the archers that hunt in our area a lot, the guys that are devoted, and I can't get where they want to leave it on the end, on the front. So this is something that would have to be looked at. I agree with that 100%. Yeah, I don't want to see you make a big decision here today and have people all over you guys. Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Okay. Next comment from McKay Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioners, Director. Again, McKay Erickson from Afton, and I don't have a lot of other things to say besides what some others have said. And if you notice some of the comments that have been done, they're all from Western Wyoming, and they come from this area, 88, 89, 90, 91. And without us talking beforehand, we all have the same concerns because it is getting to be a big deal. And I know they had a hard time coming up with the number of archery hunters. It's huge anymore. It used to be October 15th when the rifle season opened up, the entire Lincoln County was up Grays River, they used to address it on the radio and say, welcome to the highest populated part of the county. And that was Grays River on opening day of the 15th of October. Now you find a tremendous amount of pressure in the archery season. And unfortunately, even though I have some very good friends and acquaintances that loved archery hunting, I'm not saying to take away from that. But they, as Commissioner Brokaw has talked about, they've got to have some kind of cut along with everybody else. But unfortunately, they kind of have an attitude of, let's go fling a few. And fling a few is, what the heck, I'll go hunt 30 days for archery, and then I can always come back and hunt the 15 days with rifle later on. So they don't have much skin in the game, so to speak, in my opinion. And that fling a few bothers me because of the lackadaisical attitude towards that. So this choose a weapon, I think, is a major thing that we really need to get after. And we've brought this up for a long time with our local folks there, and it never seems to gain any traction, at least making it to you. So I'm all for, let's get that going. Also, to reiterate, I know it's been talked about already, but 89, 90, 91 is very easy to get to. It has no bears. And we get a lot of the non-residents that are hunting their archery and rifle both to avoid those problematic hunts with the bears and the difficulty of the wilderness to get into in other areas there. But anyway, I would very much encourage us to get serious about this, because our bull ratio and bull quality is decreasing. I would also, and this kind of hooks on to the feed ground argument. It scares me to death with some of the managers and them calling for lower objectives. And I know we've been through that, and we're at that commission meeting in Pinedale when that was approved, but we do not have the luxury of large groups of elk that we're wondering what to do with. I'm afraid that some things happen together and the perfect storm hits. We could be in a very different situation than eastern Wyoming. And so I would urge you to consider the western Wyoming and eastern Wyoming very differently when it comes to setting herd objectives, and set those as high as possible. Thank you.
Any questions? Next is Tri Heiner.
Thanks. I appreciate your time. I don't need to really comment. They've already touched base everything I had to say. It looks like, I'll just reiterate that 80, 89, 90, 91, just suffering from over hunting populations, the hunting pressure and the bull quality, and it's going down. So if we could get a group or something to start looking at that, that would be huge. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the comments, I believe. Any discussion from the commission?
Mr. President, I'd move to approve Chapter 7 as presented.
Been moved and seconded to approve Chapter 7 as presented. Is there any further discussion?
For clarification, Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw, you intend to include those changes that were made in response to the public comments, right?
Right.
Right.
They're
Okay.
included in here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson. So when you look at that draft regulation, the yellow highlighted lines in that text address those public comments. And that is in your regulation that you passed.
Right. I have all that. Yeah. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. Chapter 7 is approved. We're gonna go to lunch. And we'll be back at 1:30.
Praise Jesus.
Go ahead and reconvene the meeting.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the commission. We're going to do just a quick little deviation from our agenda. I need to clarify, we got some comments and some calls here this morning regarding the working group, as I called it this morning, that the governor has engaged in. And a lot of folks have said, hey, you know, we want to be a part of this working group. Well, the governor convened a group of stakeholders, has already had discussions with those stakeholders on this incident, may engage them again as deemed necessary. But there is no formalized working group that the governor is forming, just to be very clear with the public. And I do think, and you've got a copy, all of you, on your computers of a modification. It's a slight modification to the last paragraph in your statement. I'm going to ask that the commission vote to approve the update. And then we intend to release the commission statement with your blessing to the public as soon as we get this approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve that updated statement.
I'll second.
Been moved by Commissioner Bell and seconded by Commissioner Jolovich to approve the updated statement to the commission's statement. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will get that out to the public here shortly.
Okay, thank you. We're back to season setting.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the commission,
Show.
Director Nesvik. Yeah. We're moving on to chapter 8, the moose seasons. And you'll have that draft regulation on your computers as well. And so this is statewide. We continue to maintain high quality hunts. As you know, there's a real high demand for moose licenses in Wyoming. And so there's a lot of expectations from our publics that they have a high quality hunt. And so our managers are continuing to manage conservatively because of that perspective from the public and that interest of maintaining the high quality opportunity. We're also working with researchers to evaluate moose populations in western Wyoming. Overall, statewide, our moose numbers are pretty stable, but when you look at calf ratios, you kind of wonder why that population's not increasing. So the Jackson folks are working with the university to try and get tease out a little more information on survival of those calves once they get through their first year. We struggle a little bit with hunter contacts, even though we're trying to maintain a high interest with these hunters, that they don't always all report what they've harvested. So we have to reach out to them and get information from them, but we continue to keep that as a high priority for us. There's some local damage issues in southwest Wyoming, and you'll see that when I get to the Green River slide, that there is some archery opportunities that they're going to provide there on a damage situation. And in the Laramie area, so in kind of the Snowy Range, they have done some siteability work and counted, they had a really good conditions and they counted a bunch of moose. So they've got some new estimates there, and you'll see some changes in the season structure that accommodate that increase in moose numbers. Overall, public comments support our current management framework. There's always a desire for more opportunities, and moose are just an awesome critter that our publics really like to see too, whether or not they have a license or not. So it's pretty neat to have the densities that we have through the Bighorns and into the Snowy Range and even into Jackson and through the Pinedale area. They're a visible animal and people like to see them. We have a new hunt area that's going to be split out. That's in that Laramie, the Pole Mountain area just west of Cheyenne. And so there's additional opportunity you'll see in our recommendations. So now we'll drill in a little bit to the regions specifically. And so we'll start again. I'll have all these regions that have moose listed on the next few slides. So start with Jackson moose. They extended the 2023 seasons and increased success to 100%. They still have pretty high number of days per animal, but for moose, that's okay because a lot of people can be pretty selective if they know they have a longer season. In Jackson, their herd is below objective, but they have a really high bull ratio, and so they're always continually looking at what opportunities they have there and what biologically that population can sustain. There's concern with those long-term harvest trends. You know, they want to maintain a good age structure for high quality bulls and the effort, the hunter effort that's expended. And then success is always something that they're tracking. Calf ratios, as we mentioned, you know, we had a number of years where their calf ratios were at 50 per 100. And when you start seeing calf ratios above 35 to 40 calves per 100, you'd expect to see a few more moose in the hunt areas and in the herd unit. And so they're going to work with the University of Wyoming and start trying to get an idea what's happening to those calves. So within the region, they're going to maintain their quotas at this point. And from a general public standpoint, their public's still looking at those long-term trends, and they would like to see moose numbers maintained and good numbers in the region. Switch over to the Cody region. Cody has a portion of the bighorns, and so they're watching those calf ratios a little bit. They're slightly lower this year, and that's always one of those things that our managers really keep track of so that they can kind of predict what the population trend might do in the next couple of years. And so they did have fewer moose observed, and their proposal is to reduce type 6. I don't know, that must be a carryover from the type 6. Or is there a type 4? Okay. Absaroka moose herd is meeting objectives and appears to be stable, and there's nothing proposed there for changes. Public really is, again, supporting current season framework. And there's, again, the proposed season, no changes in the antlered, and cow-calf moose is reduced by 4. Sheridan region. Again, this is one of those areas where moose are extremely visible. If you haven't been up there in the early part of June, take a run through there. It's pretty neat to see. Those moose are still transitioning back to summer ranges, and so they're pretty visible. Kind of it's really popular with a lot of wildlife watchers and hunters as well to see animals. Again, highly visible along Highway 14 and 14A. Moose population's pretty stable. This is slightly above their management objectives, and their license allocation is adjusted between hunt areas based on the distribution. So in the early part of May, those animals might be pretty visible, but once they get into their move towards their summer ranges, it's hard to, they kind of disperse pretty widely from that visible corridor along the highway there. Harvest metrics suggest sufficient adult moose available to sustain their proposed harvest. No real significant concerns identified through the public process. And so they have any moose, there's no change to any moose, and the antlerless moose, they've dropped them by 6 licenses. Green River region, so Southwest Wyoming. Harvest objectives metrics are predominantly being met, indicating those stable herds and appropriate age structure. The Lincoln moose herd had both good bull ratios and calf ratios. So again, once you start exceeding that 35 to 40 calves per 100 cows, things are looking pretty good for them. And we always like to see that 40 calves per 100 cows as the minimum for these. And their bull ratios are 68. And typically with moose, our managers really try to maintain a high bull ratio because cows and with moose, they just have a different breeding behavior. So those cows are more solitary, and you need a higher level of bulls out there to find those cows across the landscape. So in the Green River region, they do have a type 4 in place to address some localized damage concerns, and you'll see that in your chapter 8. If you look through those hunt areas, you'll see there's some archery seasons there and the type 4 licenses. No major issues raised with our publics there, and there is support for hunting the hunt area 38 and 41 license separation, which ties more to the Laramie region, but their public meetings, they also heard that same sentiment. Proposed season changes, nothing proposed really for the cow or calf or the antlered moose seasons. They feel like they're in a good spot there in the region. Switching over to the east to the Laramie region. As I mentioned, they did a siteability survey and they have a new population estimate. And so we should be coming back to you this summer with a new objective for that herd unit. But they're estimating they're close to 1,000 or just over 1,000 moose in that population. They're doing really well. We have a number of sightings over west of Cheyenne. I think there was a few conflicts this year with people recreating on Pole Mountain where they ran into moose, and so people got to start watching when they're out recreating, if moose or if you got a pet with you. Willow Trensic data indicate the habitat's near or at its carrying capacity. So the managers there are going to continue to watch what this population does. We don't want to have too much browsing on those willow stands because we want to maintain the ability of that population to continue to do well. And if you have, if browse starts to decline, we'll start to see a little decline in the productivity of that population in terms of calf ratios and things. And so they're watching that pretty closely. And so during public meetings, you know, a lot of public questioned when you estimate that there's that many moose. So some people asked and wanted to understand more about what that population estimate, how it was derived, and what it means for the management of the herd. And there is some predation concerns too that were raised during those public meetings. So with that new estimate, you'll see that there are some additional opportunity that's afforded there, but the managers really look closely at this and the distribution of those animals on the siteability flights. And we're pretty confident that we'd like to stay with this recommendation of 9 additional antlered moose licenses and 5 antlerless. So switching over to Lander region, you know, they really striving to maintain hunting quality and herd quality. They're increasing opportunity in Lander moose 2 and 30. So once you get over towards South Pass, they did bump licenses up there a little bit this year. And so early on, we had some non-residents calling in and asking if there was going to be some opportunity there. And with the changes the region made, there is some non-resident opportunity there. So no concerns from the public meetings, and there's support for that additional opportunity in 2 and 30. So Pinedale, the last region with moose to present to you today. They maintain a real high success. Bull ratios again, 70 per 100. And again, that's pretty standard to maintain a pretty high bull ratio. Winter trend count of just under 1,000 moose. That's below the objective of 1,500, but mild winters, you know, it makes it hard to find those moose because they're a big dark colored animal. They timber up and they try to find some shaded areas. And so surveys are tough when it's you know, milder winter. Average age harvested bulls 4.4, which is pretty good. And they have a slight reduction in hunt area 5 quota to address concerns of that bull quality. And again, that was in response. Some of the public raised some concerns about hunt area 5. And so when you look at the region's proposals, they're down 5 antlered moose licenses and down 1 antlered moose license, and must be antler. What is that one? Are we off on a slide there? But what's that? Okay. Pardon? Do you know what that's supposed to be, Brandon?
The change in 5 or 25?
It's, well, one's in 5 and one's in 25. Sorry. Thanks, Brandon. I'm a little dyslexic, but I switched the line up, so I thought it was 25 on both. So statewide, we're adding, you know, you can see Southwest region where that, or Southeast region where that kind of increase was. And that's primarily tied to that population estimate, a little bit more in that area 2 and 30, and then some reductions in Jackson and in the northern areas up here. Total harvest kind of trends, you know, again, high success, high opportunity for those people that have a license, just hard to draw the license. So, and you'll see these lines are very close together compared to some of the other species that we presented this morning. Some changes. So public comment was really supportive of where we're at with moose. There was some question about the 90-10 split. And so the 90-10 thing made it a little more challenging for us because you got to have that instead of where we were before, where we had, 80% and 20%, we're at, we have to split that out. So when you have 20 licenses, you could have had two non-residents here, but we had a number of folks that wanted to see a random opportunity. So if you think about the license split, and this is the stuff Jennifer she could just tell you right off the top of her head how this worked for every area in the state. But in order to get a random opportunity on a moose or a bighorn sheep, you had to have 40 licenses. So there was 4 non-residents in there. And so 25% of those allocated to non-residents, 25% would be in the random draw. So if we had 3 licenses there was no random opportunity for people with preference points from out of state to put in. And so what we did is we took one of the non-residents out of area 5 and we put it into 25. So that way there would be 4 non-residents. And again, you got to have 4 non-resident licenses in order for there to be any random opportunity. And because 25% of the non-resident quota goes to the random draw. And we can talk more about that. You can grab me at the break or something, but this change was to address some of those public comments that if you have a quota of 40, you should have some opportunity for non-residents to have that random opportunity to draw. Total quota. So, and again, trying to meet the 90-10 split. We had 2 non-resident super tag winners. One was the super tag and then the other is the super tag trifecta, I believe. And so that went in and was subtracted out of our quotas right away to make sure that we didn't exceed that 10%. And so that kind of covers all the moose. And if the commission has any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer those.
Any questions from the commission? Apparently not. Do we have any comments?
I have one, Mr. Brian Taylor.
Public comment from Brian Taylor. You stayed.
Thank you for taking my comments, Chairman Ladwig, members of the commission, and Director Nesvik. I really appreciate you, our personal exchange we had earlier today. I echo I'm kind of came up here at this point just to kind of address the whole thing. I just wanted to talk once to you today. I echo the comments of other people of the audience today, Mr. Gillen and Mr. Erickson, on some of the things that in regard to the adjustments to the elk regulations, spikes excluded. One of those being part of those comments. I feel like if we adopted a lifelong policy of spikes excluded west of the Continental Divide would be a great thing in those adjoining areas. It's a great thing. We need to keep it up. I support the decision on the western antelope that was made. I think that was a good move. I understand the closing of the seasons is problematic, but I do support that. And I do really appreciate the personal exchange we had here. I think everybody agreed that I have some legitimate concerns that we'll address later. We'll take care of that at a later date. But then I'm going to give you each a handout when I leave here. And last, but very much not least, I want to thank Mr. Nesvik for his service to the state of Wyoming. I don't think I'll address you again as the director. I want to thank you for your service to Wyoming and to our nation. You're well deserving of what is upcoming to you, and the tent flap is always open at our camp, and I appreciate that. I'm going to move on. Thank you. I'm going to hand you all the sheet I told you about earlier.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? From the commission? What's your pleasure?
I'd like to make a motion, we accept the moose as presented.
Commissioner Jolovich made the motion and Commissioner Lundvall seconded to approve as presented. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you.
All right, Mr. President, members of the commission and Director Nesvik. So we'll move on to chapter 9. This is our bighorn sheep regulation and mountain goat seasons. And so statewide, again, similar to moose, we maintain a real high quality hunting experience for those that do draw the license. It's pretty challenging though to get a license. And so we continually evaluate what opportunity is out there and biologically what can be sustained by those populations. We continue to be very cognizant of the risks of pneumonia across the state. And you'll see a couple hunting seasons here today that are proposed to kind of take a little bit of an approach to reduce maybe some densities or provide some opportunity in those areas where we think we should kind of control numbers a little bit. And so we also have in hunt areas 12 and 17, we made a reference to it on your first regulation today. That was the chapter 2, the general hunting regulation. The type 2 license is a tool to help prevent those young, it's to help reduce the risk of those young rams going on to forays outside the herd unit and returning with disease. Last year, I think we removed about a dozen rams around the state. So once those rams go on a walkabout and they get through a bunch of different domestic sheep flocks, we don't really want them coming back and bringing the pathogens back to their origin of their herd of origin. And so we watch for that pretty closely. We have the hunters, our sportsmen in Wyoming watch that and they'll let us know when they see something and we'll go target to try and get those animals removed. One thing we can do is look at where we've got a high number of young rams and try and offer a little bit of opportunity for our publics to take, to put in for those licenses. And that's what that type 2 license is for. And I'll have a little bit more information on that on the specific regional slides when we get going into this presentation. We'd like to continue ewe lamb licenses. Again, that's to address when you have high numbers of sheep. And, and I get a lot of my friends in across the state that'll say, why are you taking some of those reproducing animals? And well, we don't let, if you have a cattle herd, you don't let them just continually grow until those cows die of old age. You can have a little bit of cycling through and remove some of those animals. And that's kind of what we're trying to implement here. Reduce some of those sheep on those high densely occupied winter ranges. And so you'll see a couple proposals today in that regulation that account for that. Some issues raised by the public include disease concerns, including the Black Hills, Jackson, Cody, and Laramie. There's a lot of interest, continued interest, as you know, from the legislature that carried on from the legislature on Sweetwater Rocks. And when you look at the Cody region, there's a lot of concern with the numbers of rams in areas 3 and 4. As well as we know that we had the die off on Devil's Canyon. And so you'll see some type 2s that we're adding in. We adjusted type 1s. Again, we added some less than 3/4 curl licenses, and we're going to maintain a proposal for some ewe lamb seasons in the state. So drilling into Jackson and the Pinedale regions. The Jackson herd was one of those where we had ewe lamb licenses last year. Very low success in that area for those. And so the region is looking at ways to kind of enhance that. So they're going to run that season a little bit longer this year. And also they still want to continue to have that season structure there, hoping that they can avert a pneumonia outbreak. So I think you may have seen some of those graphs of the population as it approaches 400, exceeds 400. In the last 25 years, we've had 2 episodes where that population approached 500. And then suddenly we had a catastrophic die-off and we lost, 50% or better of the population. And so we're trying to manage the densities of those sheep and keep that population from crashing again. The whiskey herd, which is in, I'm sorry, I'll start off with Targhee. Targhee is on the west side of the Tetons, 50% success. They had 2 tags there. Whiskey herd in Pinedale at Hunter Area 8 historically was a phenomenal area. Something's gone on there. And so last year was a pretty tough hunting conditions and there was no success. We're gonna keep the season there, but we're gonna kind of monitor that closely. We know there's sheep there. We just think that conditions were such that hunters didn't get into them this last fall. Darby herd is at objective 79 sheep. And so that's down here on this west of Big Piney. No major issues raised from our publics. And within these 2 regions, they're decreasing the 2 ram licenses in Hunt Area 8. Again, some concern there with what's going on with that population. Ewe lamb licenses, we had quite a few ewe lamb licenses in Jackson, and the region is proposing to reduce that this year because of their trend counts and what they observed on winter ranges this year. It did drop down a little bit, so they're kind of continuing to monitor that population, but still wanting to offer that license type. In the Cody region, as I mentioned, areas 3 and 4, there's a little dip in hunter success, a little bit higher effort, number of days that the hunters were actually in the field. So that came up a little bit. So those managers are going to kind of track that a little closer and watch that. They did propose some reduction in licenses. Hunter Area 5 had high hunter success and decreased hunter effort. So they actually bumped licenses there a little bit. And as I mentioned, Devil's Canyon, there's this area 12. This is where we're going to propose one area where we're going to propose those type 2s. And that again is a tool to kind of look at trying to prevent those young rams from taking off and going on a foray. And so when the managers flew that here recently, they ended up counting 30 rams and I think about 30 ewes. And so offering some type 2s is really not going to do anything biologically to reduce that population, but we are hoping that it reduces those younger rams taking off. Issues from public engagement, some public comments regarding the fewer rams in 3 and 4. And again, there's some disease concerns in that area 12, which we know we lost a lot of sheep over the last year there. So some changes, any rams dropped by 5. And they're going to add 5 of those type 2s, the less than 3/4 curl ram. Moving over to Lander region, improve the general direction for the regions, improve or maintain herd viability by offering the type 2 licenses in Ferris Seminole, provide more opportunity for decreased pressure on those older age rams. And there's been a number of people concerned about that, but biologically it makes a lot of sense. If you have a high presence or a high abundance of those younger animals, you take a little bit of the pressure off those older age rams and you continue to have opportunity for the public. You just shift away from those older age rams. As you know, and I think most of you have heard the region talking a little bit about the test and remove in Red Creek. They're going to expand that this year to the Torrey Valley and Sheep Ridge and Dinwoody Ridge. And that's where they're removing some of those ewes that have a continued presence of Mycoplasma pneumonia. So we can hopefully control how they spread that to the other sheep in the population. And another thing with that test and remove, basically they're trying to test it out right now. And what it looks pretty favorable when you remove some of those old chronically sick ewes, the younger animals have a better chance of surviving. And I know yesterday when I came through right at the bottom of Red Creek, there was 5 lambs on the side of the road with some ewes. And so that's a kind of a unknown thing for us for the last few years. You didn't really see lambs that made it through the winter. And so these were last year's lambs that had survived through the winter. So it looks pretty promising now. And I know Daryl and Jason and the Lander crew have been working pretty hard on that to try and maintain some maintain that test and remove project to see how it affects the population. They also want to increase and keep ewe lamb harvest in the Ferris Seminole. As you know, there's no place to put those sheep. And again, you can't just keep having more and more mouths on the landscape. And so we're trying to ease into having some opportunity there and reduce, control that population density on some of those areas. And overall, continue to try and maintain and increase hunting opportunity. Public issues raised during engagement, support for license issuance in areas 4, 5, 9, and 10, continued support for those ULAM licenses. And there was a lot of inquiries about that type 2, the less than 3/4 curl ram. And so the region took a lot of calls on that, received a lot of interest from our public on that license type. So you'll see that on your Chapter 9 regulation, there's a decrease of 4 licenses for any ram. The type 2, we added 4, and then ULAM increased 10 licenses. And that's the proposal from the Lander region. Moving over to the Laramie region, herds are maintained for trophy quality opportunities. Again, high public interest in this. There is some concern about increasing populations and what that means for disease outbreaks. So the region is really watching what happens with their sheep populations and trying to, hopefully we won't see any kind of disease outbreaks, but it is a concern when you have, your sheep are doing really well. Concerns from the public, really nothing brought up at the meetings, and there's no changes proposed within the Laramie region for this year. Shifting over to Casper, there are some concerns here that there may have been a die-off in the Black Hills. They're hearing from some of their hunters that are seeing fewer rams. There's concerns there. And so they're maintaining a conservative season structure despite just to make sure they have a minimum number of rams there. They're going to continue to have some harvest there, but overall they're proposing a reduction of 1 license in that area 20. Looking statewide, you can see the increases here in the Lander region are primarily because of those ULAM licenses there and the type 2s, which you see that's gone up. And you can see the breakdown of those statewide licenses. Looking at the breakdown 90-10, you can see that super tag influenced the breakdown here for the resident to non-resident because we had 2 non-resident super tag winners. And overall statewide, we're at the 90-10 allocation. Looking at harvest, again, similar to moose, it really mirrors each other because there's just a high success rate on those, but we're at 240 licenses, 180 harvest. So in Chapter 9, moose and mountain goat are together. So I'd like to just go right into mountain goat, and then if that's supply works for the commission. So looking at mountain goat, Area 2, we had 100% success in 2023. Hunters were very, very satisfied despite the low trend. And we're going to survey again this year. We're hoping to get a survey here soon, but it'll be August when that population's usually surveyed. The Area 4, which if you guys remember, that was area where we had the type A license where hunters could pick those up and not use their points. But that population is pretty well down now, and the park has removed some animals. So there wasn't really any need to provide much opportunity there. There is concern from our public about low numbers. We've been working very closely with Idaho. Idaho actually thinks they're way down on their goat numbers. And so we're going to watch it yet this year. We reduced our numbers, and then we'll do our survey in August and determine where we need to go from here. But, again, we had 100% success last year. We think we can maintain some opportunity there, but more to come on this, what we do with this herd in in 2025. Shifting over to Cody for mountain goats. The herd's at the lower end of objective. Hunt area 1, which is up along the state line, is stable to increasing, and there's no changes proposed there. Area 3, population did decrease it was decreased in efforts to manage the bighorn sheep. So we tried to reduce that population a little bit because all the bighorn sheep that are there, and we didn't want to have that overlap with them. But at this point, they're proposing to decrease hunting area 3 license and stabilize that population. And then they're proposing a hunter area 3 type 2 licensed hunters to be able to go into area 5, which area 5 was similar to hunter area 4, where we just wanted to control where mountain goats may be distributing. And so we were allowing those hunters opportunity to go into area 5 if they had the chance to see a goat there. So that's what would be in your proposal for this year. Overall, any mountain goat licenses will be decreased 5 this year. They received several public comments on reduced number of goats in 3 and the lack of older billies. So we're kind of tracking that, and we're reducing opportunity because of that. And you can see the statewide, the reductions there, overall 10 less licenses. Looking at statewide harvest, again, this was the 4A and 5A license types were really brought up. And then there was an increase in harvest, but we basically, those license types ran their course, and there's really no need to provide a lot of opportunity in those areas where there's not very many goats at this point. And all that was designed to do is to control those mountain goats on bighorn sheep range. So one of the other changes that was included in chapter 9 is the less than 3/4 curl ram. And we did provide some clarity to this because of the public comment. And so this is the language that you'll see in your draft regulation. And it's basically a male bighorn sheep with an unbroomed horn that does not intercept or cross a straight line drawn from the outer edge of the forward base of the horn through the back of the eye socket when the animal's standing at a side. So basically, if you're looking at the animal side profile, if you draw an imaginary line from the base of the horn through the eye, and does that horn pass that imaginary line, or is it shorter than the line? And so that's what a 3/4 curl ram. And I could get like Tim Thomas to come up here, and then I'd hold a piece of paper next to his ear and his head, and we could tell where that's at, but I won't do that to him. So it is our recommendation that the commission adopt the bighorn sheep and mountain goat season regulations as proposed.
Doug, it seems that reading some of the comments, there was a question in there someplace I thought about, is it one horn or both horns for 3/4 curl?
Yeah, it's just one. I was going to bring that back up, but that's fine.
Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes.
On type 2s, could you explain to the public a little bit more about type 2s and how it affects the points in the lifetime, for just to clarify that for some people
Yes.
that might not have?
Yeah, Mr. President and Commissioner Roberts. So based on our review and our talking with a lot of hunters, you basically have to use your preference points. But there's a lot of people that aren't at max points that know that they're not going to be able to achieve that license type on their preference points in their lifetime. And there's a lot of interest in having some opportunity where it may not quite take the maximum points to get it. We don't know what the demand will be once we run the draw, but so far we're hearing from a lot of people that are very, very interested in having an opportunity, no matter how many points they have.
Any other questions? Katie Cheesebro? Public comment?
Good afternoon, President Ladwig, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. I'm Katie Cheesebro. I'm with the Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation, and I just wanted to make comment on behalf of the Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation in support of the bighorn sheep season setting proposals. We firmly believe that our wildlife managers need all population management tools available to them to adequately manage bighorn sheep in a disease landscape. Both U-Harvest and Type 2 tags are aimed at helping to create resilient populations that sustain and increase hunting opportunities. So I'd like to also commend your biologists and personnel They spent 3 days this past year discussing bighorn sheep management and bighorn sheep management challenges in the state. And that's pretty rare that your personnel has a chance to do that. And they took it very seriously. And they discussed all opportunities and things that they can do to help Wyoming's bighorn sheep populations avoid disease, create more opportunities, and grow sheep so that they can be more resilient to these kinds of diseases. So congratulate your personnel on that. That was really important. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Katie? Thank you. Jess Johnson? Yes.
I know, Jess has gained some facial hair in the last 30 minutes, but President, members of the commission, my name is Jaden Bales. Jess just had a different engagement going on right now, so I needed to step in her place and just add support for these proposed game and fish bighorn sheep seasons from the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. We work really closely with the Wyoming Wild Sheep Foundation and really just echo all of their words that they just said. I ran the math the other day, and though I'm one of the younger folks in this room, I'm going to be 97, I think, by the time I get to the top of the preference point heap. And I'm not so sure how good my legs are going to be doing by then. So I think these unique opportunities to go hunt rams are a pretty fun way to try to get more people out there hunting. And if Game and Fish is removing these wandering rams anyway, I think it's a good opportunity to try to see if we can't get some hunter opportunity on those wandering rams. So again, Wyoming Wildlife Federation supports these proposed seasons and appreciate you using all these tools that you have. So I'll stand for any questions.
Mr. President, so I have a question. Would you, or I know that this isn't to our purview, but at the legislative, looking at a weighted bonus point or something like that, what's your thoughts on that?
So as I sit with my 4 or 5 preference points, I'm still never going to be very high on the drawing odds, even in a bonus system. So I'll always be applying for these. If you're in the 15, 20 point preference point pool, maybe that bonus point system is good for you. But where I'm sitting, and if you're new in the preference point game, it's neither system's very benefit, or neither system gives you a lot of hope. So this is kind of trying to find these opportunities and take them when you can. All right, thank you all.
Thank you. Any more discussion from the commission?
Mr. President, I move chapter 9 be approved as presented.
Second.
Mr. President, I do want to just ask one more time. We've got a blue sheet that I asked about earlier that just says hunting regulation on it as far as the topic. J Dallas, and it's spelled Gudgell. Is that person available for comment?
1 second.
What's the first name? It's just a J period Dallas Gudgell. Okay. All right. Thanks, Wayne.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Did you get that? Motion passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll get the next slide up here. All right, moving on to chapter 11. So we're going to see some changes here that are basically a lot of annual changes just to accommodate Saturdays and Sundays, but we'll start with sage grouse. So, moving that season to September 21 for opener. And then the other thing we're doing with sage grouse, and I think Commission may have heard a little bit about this already, is that we ran by our publics that we wanted to include a free permit. So that helps us to understand what hunters are actually pursuing sage grouse. So a permit that will really facilitate us to be able to get estimates of the sage grouse harvest and allows us a direct way to survey those grouse hunters. Right now, you have a small upland game bird license, and there's a ton of those in Wyoming, but only a very small percentage of those people actually participate in a sage grouse hunt. And so we're going to be able to identify who those people are that wanted to hunt sage grouse, and we'll be able to survey them in a more timely manner. Right now, we don't survey those folks for the sage grouse season. You know, you saw in that first slide closes the end of September, and we're not surveying those people until March, till small and upland game bird season closes. All of them close. And so this gives us a little timely assessment of things. And with the way sage grouse are going right now, we've got other states that are even more restrictive, and we know that we got people coming into the state to hunt. And so we can get a better sense of what's there for residents versus non-residents. And I know I hear a lot from along the I-80 corridor that people from the south are coming up. And I hear in the western part of the state that people from the western states are coming over because of Utah and Idaho's restrictive seasons. So we believe this is a great step to take for us. It's a free permit. We're gonna do a lot of education. We're gonna get people to just pick them up online and from our offices, but it's really the step in the right direction to assess what's going on with our publics and their participation in this hunt. Another issue that was really on the forefront with a lot of our publics was the upland game bird seasons related to chukar and gray partridge. And last year, we opted to move that to February 28th. We heard very clearly from our publics that they really wanted to see this close a little bit early because of the breeding behavior of the birds and the pairing up that is occurring once you get through the latter part of January. So you'll see that change in the regulation for your consideration today. And I know there's a few publics here that provided those comments, and we may hear from some of them, but that is our proposal to move that season back to January 31. Some of the other changes, again, weekend changes, but we did have some people from the public asking us about the 8 a.m. Time for shooting hours for Table Mountain for pheasants. And this is those people that set up on the reservoirs and the water bodies of water there with decoys. They did not want the pheasant hunters disrupting a migratory pattern of waterfowl coming in. And they wanted to be able to have a little bit of time before that, those hunters started shooting and walking through the area. So this is basically accommodate some comments there. Again, for pheasant, a lot of changes across the different areas, just weekend date changes to accommodate the timing that our public's used to for those different areas. And that's pretty much completes the upland game bird, small game hunting season regulations. And we recommend that the commission pass those as proposed.
Thank you. Any comments from the commission?
Yes, Mr. President, I have a question for Doug. There's quite a few comments about shooting hen pheasants out of the Sheridan Basin. Is there native population there are those all pen release birds, or what are we dealing with?
Yeah, I'm gonna let Tim come up and answer that one. I'd be a shot in the dark.
Commissioner President, Director, Commissioner Brokaw. For the most part, those are stocked birds. And we were kind of running into the problem up there that we were sending a lot of hens over to Lovell and to Lander. And they were getting a disproportional number of hens versus what the folks in the Sheridan and Johnson County area were getting. And so to kind of even that out, we went to allowing hens on those areas where we stock birds. So if it's not birds that we're stocking, we've probably got more game farm birds than anywhere else in the state up there. So everybody else is running game bird farms too on their private land. So we don't have much for native birds.
I thought so. I didn't think we were building a native population. So
Yeah.
just wanted to clarify that.
Anybody else? Call from the public. Rick Pallister.
Commission President,
Welcome.
Brian, Commissioners, thanks for having us. My wife and I identified the partridge season as a problem for us. And we thought for partridge more particularly, way back last year when it was proposed and passed, what we thought was unseemly haste. That's all I'm going to say about that part of it. And I would like to thank you a lot in the department for accepting our early comments and actually adjusting this season before we got here. And my wife and I made this trek. She's got some more points to make, but just to tell you that. My last point would be that there are several people in this room that I helped train. And if they're falling short of the mark, the statute of limitations is off. So I don't know if you have any questions for me. Thank you.
Any questions? Mrs. Pallister, Cynthia? Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, Commissioners, President, Brian, Ned. Thank you. When I heard about the change to the hun and chucker season, I was a little distressed because I thought it came about fairly rapidly. And there wasn't a lot of biological or habitat or environmental input when that decision was made. Since then, there has been a lot of information presented to you. And I appreciate the fact that the regional supervisors all agreed to bring that season back to the end of January. The reason this is important is because the month of February has been recognized as the pairing and the beginning of the nesting season for huns and chuckers. If you interrupt that, you've interrupted nesting and thereby you've interrupted the number of birds that possibly could be hatched. So by moving the season back, you're protecting that important part of their life cycle. I think that's important to note that even though weather and habitat disruption, which we're seeing all across the West in the sagebrush depredation, is a huge contributor to the low numbers that we can see. But if you don't have those numbers to start with, because the nesting and pairing have been disrupted, then I think that that's just another hit on those birds. So I want to thank you for listening to the public comments. I think the end of January is important because anecdotally, we have seen in the first week of February this year, pairing beginning with chuckers and partridge. So to even try to push it to the middle of the month, you're still going to be disrupting that part of their life cycle. So I think by returning to the end of January, you are giving them a full month of protection for pairing and beginning nesting. So thank you. Do you have any questions?
Mr. President, I do have a question for
Go
Ms.
ahead.
Cynthia. So thank you for the education on, and I learned about February solid with January. There's also comments about kicking the opener to October because in September, there's still some that haven't fledged yet due to late nesting or second nesting attempts by a hen. What are your thoughts about moving the opener to 1st of October?
From my personal perspective, I think that would be okay because often in September, it's still so hot that you can't really hunt with your dogs for more than a half an hour because it's so warm. I don't know how biologically that affects the birds. I don't know that there would be that much of a difference from the middle of September to October, and I'm sure the biologists can speak to that probably more clearly than I could. So.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
I sure hope Mark's gonna make this motion.
It's his motion.
Nope.
I'm on the bunny rabbit.
He's on a rabbit. What's your pleasure?
Mr. President, I will move chapter 11, approval of chapter 11 upland game bird and small game hunting season.
Just missed your opportunity.
Yes.
You can second it.
I'll second
There you go, rabbit killer.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve chapter 11. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Members of the commission. So moving on to chapter 14, and this will be the migratory game bird hunting seasons. And again, similar to the other the upland game birds, this season has, or this proposal has a lot of date changes to tie into weekends. And with the first one we'll cover is sandhill cranes, and you'll see the areas identified around the state. And we do have some quota changes here, primarily because of the surveys that have been done across the state and in the region. Numbers of cranes are up, and so we were able to have our allocation of birds that can be taken moved up a little bit. And so you'll see that in that regulation. So quotas are up, and it's always a balance. They're kind of historically based on what we've had there before, and then we adaptively manage those numbers based on what the quota is for that area, for the geographic area. And so the proposals are before you there for those areas 1 through 8, and then area 7 is in the eastern part of the state, and that has a season date there that was changed primarily because of the weekends. And then we also have the 2 flyways, Pacific Flyway and the Central Flyway. There's year adjustments here as well, so opening on Saturdays. There was some comments you probably noticed in the Pacific Flyway in your public comments about don't split our season. There was a number of people that were concerned that with the frosts that they have, if you split a season and say you have a season that extends further into January by closing somewhere in the middle, late fall, all you're doing is setting a time period up when the area is frozen over. And so we're going to continue to work with our publics on that. I know there's some interest from some segments of the public, but at this point, there was general support for keeping this type of season in the Pacific Flyway. When you get into the Central Flyway, there's zones and splits and a lot of dates that were moved back and forth so that we can have split seasons, but we also have season dates that correspond with weekends. And so you'll see that in your regulation. Otherwise, the federal framework pretty much outlines bag limits and opportunities on what we can do with season dates. And so we manage within the framework that's provided by the Fish and Wildlife Service and approved through the Flyway Councils. And in the Central Flyway, this is the season dates that we have in your draft regulation before you today.
Mr. President, right there, Doug, could we stop? Because there's comments about changing the days available to hunt to stay within the federal framework. How much latitude do we have with that?
As long as we're with Mr. President and Commissioner Brokaw, as long as we're within that framework, we can do a few things with that, but you can't go beyond a certain point either. And so Noel is really works with our Central Flyway to identify what splits we can have. And I guess I'm not familiar with what other suggestions folks had with that for this year.
There was a comment, open it a week early to take advantage of some opportunity. I don't remember that specific, just open it a week earlier. But I don't think we get to do that, do we?
It's really a balance because you only have so many days. And so you split it like this. You have some days into January and some days into the first part of the fall. If you go too early, then, and I don't know what the opening date is for us. I don't know if Noel's on, if she wants to chime in. Oh. I'm glad to see you. Yeah, you just address it. Okay. Thank you.
President Lagwood, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. Commissioners, so we in area C or zone C2, which is like Laramie, northeast part of the state, and then the Pacific Flyway, we do open those seasons as early as possible. For the area that we consider kind of the areas that will stay open a little bit later into the year, so like the southeast part of the state, Bighorn, Baseburg, Casper areas, those open a week after we could open. So we basically are opening either as early as possible or within a week. And that's been standard for years. That's not a change that we've made recently. And again, that's like Doug was saying, to balance having early opportunity, but also having a little later opportunity in some areas.
Thank you. Yes,
One thing I'd like kind of
you're not on.
clarification on the Sandhill cranes, and maybe you can help me. And when we, how do we determine how to set? I mean, to me, there's really a lot of cranes out there. And are we going by the federal mandates for what we can do with the cranes or what we can't, that perimeter?
Yes, Mr. President and Commissioner Roberts. So there's a certain level that we can achieve with a harvest. And we always bump that up a little bit more because success on hunting is not as high. It's not 100%. And so we're maxed out as much as we feel like we can. But yeah, there is a lot of cranes, but regionally it's a migratory bird. So the federal framework really outlines what we can do for allowing opportunity. And then Noel takes that number and tries to split it out based on historical opportunity and where those birds typically have been. And it's incumbent upon us as managers to continue to survey as many areas and document as many cranes as we can during that survey period, because that really pays dividends for us to have a higher quota. And this is basically about where we're at right now, is where we can be.
Because I think the national trend, whether it's dark geese or sandhill, there's a lot of them in the United States now, and it doesn't seem like they're in control for the most part. I mean, there's less hunters and there's more geese and there's more sandhills and there's stuff, and they're more urbanized. The geese are become more urbanized and staying there. I don't know if the feds are looking at all that kind of stuff.
They certainly do. And Mr. President and Commissioner Roberts, there's a study committee that works with the flyway councils, both the Central and Pacific, and it's incumbent upon us again to do as much as we can as an agency to document as many. But when they add all the states up, it's a framework that they've generated, and the service is very scientific in trying to statistically analyze those numbers and allocate to the states. And we participate in that, and we always try to put in the best word we can to get it maximized to the extent possible for Wyoming. Because we hear it the same way from a lot of the publics. You get into some of these hunt areas and there's a lot of folks pretty concerned about the numbers of birds that come through and why don't we have more opportunity. So we're conscientious of it.
Mr. President, on Sandhill cranes, Doug, would you address the comments about there's only a 15% draw odd and charging a fee for a crane permit to sort?
Do you have that? You can come up.
Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw, it's something that we've seen here, and then also with the mid-continent population in other states too, there's been a real increase in interest in hunting cranes over the last several years. We have at times people have advocated for a crane permit because right now it's free. And so I think the thought is that the more people, since it's free, people will buy it even if they don't plan on hunting, and then it decreases draw odds. So I think maybe but since I've been here, it hasn't really been discussed in the last few years. I think maybe in the past that was discussed. I think there's pros and cons to it. There are a lot of stamps that have to be bought to hunt migratory birds, but it might help also with the draw odds.
Thanks, Noel.
And all the questions?
Thank you, Mr. President. Doug, there were comments about conflicts between the pheasant hunters and the duck hunters. And I was scrambling trying to compare the draft regulations that had been sent out to see if that had been taken into consideration or if we were going to hear about that again.
Yes.
Can you help me with that?
Yes, Mr. President and Commissioner Masterson. So we addressed it in chapter 11 with the Table Mountain area where we identified an opening time for shooting hours where it historically was before sunrise, and now it's 8 a.m. And so in talking with our duck hunters that were concerned about that, we felt that would give them a little latitude to have their decoys set up and hunt for the first part of the morning before hunters, upland hunters started showing up in that area. So we felt like that was a good balance there. And I think we addressed it in that manner.
Quick follow-up, were the waterfowl hunters satisfied with that? Or we'll see how it goes?
Yeah, I think we're an adaptive approach on this one as well, and we're gonna kind of watch it. We're talking about, can we do another birds waterfowl survey to get some understanding of what the rest of the hunters want? Because we're basically addressing one guy or a small group of people's concern in that isolated area. And we'd like to get a perspective on more of what's going on there than just the small population of folks.
Thank you.
And so I have more within this regulation if you want me to proceed.
Yep.
Okay. So under the light goose conservation order, there again, and the mourning dove survey, rail and snipe seasons, there's no changes except for calendar date adjustments. So no real things here to cover other than we switched some dates around to get to those Saturday dates. And that pretty much concludes our migratory game bird and light goose conservation order. And the department recommends the commission adopt this regulation as proposed.
No public comments? Anybody on the floor, public comment? Cool.
Mr. President, I will move to approve the Chapter 14 Migratory Game Bird Hunting Seasons and Light Goose Conservation Order.
I would second, Mr. President.
Been moved and seconded to approve the chapter 14. Is there any further discussion?
Has anybody ever shot a sandpiper or anything like that before in the history of Wyoming?
Nope. Don't believe so.
Rail
I'll
or-
check when I tell you that.
No, I mean sandpiper, rails, all these exotic species and nobody's ever shot one.
I know you shoot 25 of them, but
Accidentally, maybe. I don't know.
Mr. President, if Commissioner Roberts would like to come up and I'll take you snipe at him.
yeah, let me know how that works out for you.
Okay, let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Chapter 14 is in the books.
I remember.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members of the commission. So moving on to chapter 15, the wild bison recreational hunting seasons. And this has been an interest for quite some time. If you look at the population trajectory of this herd, really shot up once, for a long time, those bison had a small population in Grand Teton. And then in the 80s, once they found the elk refuge, that numbers just shot up. And we had some great hunting opportunities. We addressed the population growth and we achieved a population objective, which basically the region is really focusing on now. They're a little bit below the trend where they want to be. And so you'll see that the harvest is pretty conservative there. That's compared to where it was from 2007 through about 2018 or so. There was a lot of opportunity. A lot of people were participating in this hunt. So the license is for any wild bison. And so the region continues to encourage people to shoot any animal that they come across, just because the opportunity is pretty limited. Looking at the map, there's Grand Teton Park in the middle here, but They're really not off on public land except very limited in the Moran area or down by the elk refuge. And so the refuge has a permit system that people can go on there and hunt. But success last year was only 35%. And so managers have, and I'm going to ask Cheyenne to double check the quota here. If you want, you can come up because there may be some questions, but we're trying to maintain a bison population there around 500 animals. And so we're reduced opportunity over the last couple of years. So how many are we at for quota?
So, Mr. President, Director, members of the commission, Doug's absolutely right. The trend was coming down and now it's stabilized and actually increasing. The issue we're having is that harvest has been, even with the any bison licenses, harvest has really been focused on bulls and they have been more available for harvest based on their movement patterns onto the refuge during the hunting season. And so we're in this situation now where we need to maintain objective, which is why we have a slight increase in the quota. And it really encouraging those hunters to take advantage of any opportunity. So not pass on cows, A, because it's important for population management, and B, because they may not get an opportunity for a bull because of just the limited access and weather dependent movement of the bison. In future, maybe even next year, we might be looking at more type 4s or type 6s to try to work on maintaining the population without pushing that bull ratio further down. So a lot we're kind of playing with here, and it's kind of a adaptive management situation again.
So with kind of what Cheyenne had presented, the department recommends the commission adopt Chapter 15, the wild bison recreational hunting season, as proposed.
Any questions from the commission?
I
Any
would,
comment?
I would motion to approve as outlined by the department, Chapter 15 is presented.
Motion been made and seconded to approve chapter 15. Commissioner Bell. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Chapter 15 is approved.
All right, thank you, Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. So we got one more regulation left, set the timer, and we'll get through it. So wild turkey seasons, basically Wyoming has had 5 hunt areas and we're proposing during the public process, we propose that we go to one single statewide area. There was a lot of interest from our publics and a lot of interest from the managers to go this route. And so we are moving to have just one hunt area, and statewide would be area 1, emphasize the spring gobbler hunting and limited either sex fall hunt. And generally there's a low take in the fall on those general licenses. And under certain counties, there would be a maximum fall and spring harvest to reduce those populations. If you're a commissioner in one of these counties, you know that turkeys are doing quite well. And a lot of people get pretty fed up with them, with them moving around in the urban areas or the edge of their residential areas. So there would be the counties that would have additional opportunity include Sheridan, Johnson, Campbell, Natroni, and Converse County. Season structure would basically look, and we included the narratives for all of these, but in general, it would lay a framework for general and then a type 3 season as well. But you can see that it'll all be hunt area 1, and then there'll be in the limitations, there'll be some language that might restrict them to either certain restrictions on yellowtail or in those counties that I mentioned. In addition, in Chapter 20, we added language regarding the evidence of sex. And this is during the spring season, that those hunt areas limited to the taking of a male wild turkey or wild turkey with a visible beard. And that the proof of sex shall remain accompanying with the turkey carcass attached or unattached while the turkey is transported from the site of kill to the residence of the person taking the turkey or delivered to a processor for processing. Proof of sex for male wild turkey shall include either one leg, including the spur, a patch of skin with the breast feathers and a beard attached, and for female wild turkey, a bearded hen, a patch of skin with the breast feathers and the beard attached. And then this is the change that's proposed in that that's section 2. And that's really all we have for that chapter 20. And the department recommends the commission approve that regulation as proposed.
Any questions?
Mr. President, being from Casper, I was wondering if we could like have a 365-day season. You know, we could do bow, you know, in the downtown area.
Yes.
Sorry, you ain't lived until you've seen the amount of turkeys in downtown. Sorry,
Yes,
Mr.
Mr.
President.
President, your comments well taken.
It's not just Casper. I helped take 125 turkeys out of Newcastle with the traps and move them. So yeah, they're all over.
We don't have any in Kimmer.
Come and get them.
If they live there, they'd be damn tough.
You will now.
And Mr. President and Commissioner Roberts, that's a good point, because we did have some comments from people about, so we do have some public comments I do want to acknowledge, but there was some folks that wanted to have birds moved to different parts of the state. But when you start looking at that snow coverage map, there's really not anything there for them. And what they're going to end up doing is going to somebody's barnyard, and then they're going to become a problem for them. And we're going to be running into the same problems. The other thing that I do want to mention is the public comments that came up was the rifle season during spring hunts. And we're seeing each year we get a few of those, but this year there was a number of comments regarding that conflict, and people view it as potential safety issue for them. And so we basically, it's not something that can be addressed in chapter 20, but we are conscientious of that. And I wanted to make sure that the commission was aware of that. And you probably have seen those comments in the comment packet.
Any further comments? Is there a motion?
Come on, Commissioner John. Past turkey season.
I'll second. Nobody seconded it yet from Ashley.
Okay. Motion been made by Commissioner Lundvall and seconded by Commissioner Jolovich to approve chapter 20. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
And I almost forgot, because this is usually Jennifer's job, is to present chapter 44. So I do have just a couple slides that highlight chapter 44 and some changes that were made there. So basically some language to clean up the Springer permit, and then the sage grouse hunting permit is also brought up in chapter 44 under permits. And then we also have a section that identifies that the super tag and super tag trifecta license holders will need to purchase their license by March 15th. And the reason we do that is because then our managers, when we're formulating those recommendations and going to public meeting on moose and bighorn sheep and other species, we can tell our publics how many non-residents, or if it's a resident tag, when we do that 90-10 split, we have to calculate that. And so in order to do that, we have to have those folks commit to where they're going to be. The other thing in chapter 44 is that this is the elk region.
and that is taken out of 44 and it's put into put into chapter 7. So we'll be able to revisit that, that elk region quotas every year in April when we come before you guys. Instead of opening up chapter 44, we're already going to be revisiting chapter 7 whenever we do hunting season regulations. And so that is the final on that chapter, and the department recommends the commission move forward with adopt this regulation.
Is there any discussion or questions from the commission? Is there a motion? Everybody's getting tired.
I haven't done one in a while. I'd like to move chapter 44 as presented.
I'll second.
Commissioner Brokaw and Commissioner Jolovich. Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
And, Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt, I just want to say one last thing since we got through all this, and I'd like to thank Mike for sitting here the entire time. It's easier for me to be standing up here and moving around, but he's keeping track of things. And then also all the folks down on that side of the room really helped put all this stuff together and help get me up to speed so that I could kind of describe how things are going in the region. So again, thanks for all of our staff and everybody across the state that helped put this together.
So we definitely want to thank them that things have been pretty smooth today. So it's through your guys' effort to make it that way. Thank you.
Very well done, Mr. President. And I would like to say thank you, Mike, for this little brain pack. Sat in the truck last few nights typing away, so I was up to speed, ready to go. That's a brilliant idea. Thank you.
We'll take a break, 10 minutes. 10-minute break. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. We're going to cover some of tomorrow's agenda items and kind of get us a little bit ahead of the program, so we'll have some time tomorrow. The first item we're going to cover from tomorrow's agenda is item 15. We're going to learn about the SPEES project.
President Ladwig, commissioners.
You're not on.
No.
There you are.
President Ladwig, commissioners, Director Nesbitt. I'll try to enlighten you as much as I can on the SPEES project. I'll start off with kind of recapping from last meeting. I mentioned that we went through the interview process. We interviewed 4 construction or engineering companies, and ultimately they awarded McMillan, which McMillan was the same company that did the feasibility study for SPEES, to see if that our thoughts on establishing a cool and warm water facility at the current footprint with SPEES and using that water source was feasible, which they agreed that it was. So way back in September of last year, the commission had authorized the expenditure of $2.5 million just for the engineering and construction oversight. McMillan's bid came in at $1,467,000. So the crew estimates that, and McMillan estimates that construction oversight will be about $1 million. So that leaves us slightly under the $2.5 million that was budgeted. So we feel we're in a pretty good place right now. So what the next steps have been after that, after the contract was awarded, which it has been, was the engineering and the crew, the culture crew, have been meeting with McMillan to make sure that the company understands the scope of work that we need done there, and understand what questions McMillan might have. So with that process, we've set a date. The next step will be on May 7th. They're going to be meeting with McMillan and some of the contractors
their subcontractors all day on May 7th at the facility at Spies. So this will initiate the design phase of the project. And the design phase of the project is going to last about 10 months. After that's done, we can start breaking ground there. Guy Campbell, the culture section supervisor, has been working with one of the engineers at Macmillan to look at the programming part of the project very soon. Some additional things that have been going on is that the spawning section has been out at Ocean Lake starting last Friday and collecting eggs from the walleye to bring to Spies. You know, we've been doing these pilot project and the trials with the walleye for several years now. So those eggs are at the incubator and isolation facility right now at Spies. They'll be spawned or they'll be hatched and then stocked into various waters around the state. Another part of the project that they got going on right now is that they're bringing in several hundred catfish from Arkansas at the end of the month for production trials. So we're moving along on the process. Everything's going as planned right now. Once we meet with, on May 7, meet with them so that we can answer any questions they might have about with the subcontractors and engineering company, then they can get into earnest with the engineering or the phase of it, which, like I said, is going to be about 10 months. So we're well underway, and hopefully, you know, next commission meeting in July is probably not going to have a lot of a real large update, but if there's any bumps in the road, I'll be able to report it then. So with that, I'll take any questions you might have about the project.
Any questions from the commission?
The fishing wing has a question,
That's that wing over there.
I like the way you're isolated.
Similarities in hair color too.
At least there's watch it, there's a hair joke back to you. It's very careful. You mentioned Ocean Lake and trials. What does that mean? So President Ladwick, Commissioner Masterson, so it's not a trial. I apologize.
Wouldn't call words.
So Ocean, where we've been getting the eggs to begin with for the trials was Buffalo Bill. There were some logistical problems with that, so we switched to Ocean Lake. We did 3 years of health on there to make sure that they were disease-free. So now we're getting, as last year we got the eggs there, and this year we'll get the eggs so that we can bring them in the facility where we've been doing the walleye rearing trials for the last few years. So that's just one more part of it. And those fish, once they're hatched, will go out in some waters in the state.
And you say you're doing trials. Is it to make sure they're disease-free? Is it to make sure that the process that you're going to use is the correct one? What are you trialing?
So President Ladwick and Commissioner Masterson, so the trials initially how we embarked on the whole process is that, you know, most of the walleye in the United States are reared in ponds, and which brings in what we talked about at length about AIS concerns. So we did intensive culture trials, which everything's in a tank. So everything's highly regulated, constrained. We work with different states like Vermont and Iowa that had been doing this to make sure that we had all of the information. We did the trials and we figured out, hey, we can do this. So, because we don't have the pond type facilities. And so that's where the trial aspect of it came in. And that's where the trial aspect will come in as far as the catfish is concerned too. You're welcome.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
We gotta go and we got an opportunity here.
You better.
And I don't know if you're prepared to do any kind of an update on Tillett Springs or the Auburn housing, and I can understand if you don't want to address that today, because we were gonna do speech, but I was just kind of curious if you wouldn't mind. If not, then
Is President Ladwick, Commissioner Roberts, as far as Tillett, well, I'll go to Auburn first. We are still going through the process, and we do have a bid. So we're still going down that road. I don't have anything concrete to offer you at this time, but we're still working through the process on that, on Auburn. As far as Tillett concerned, anything specific you had?
no, we'd appropriate some money to have some covering and stuff on there, and I don't know how far along that project has progressed.
President Ladwick, Commissioner Roberts, as far as the cover is concerned, I can't really tell you. I know that at Tillett, we do have a project where they're working on one of the rearing ponds there. The external one that you were shown and doing some work. So that's the first part of it that they're getting done. And then as far as the covering on it, I couldn't.
Yeah, I understand that. Just thank you.
Yep.
And I'm gonna throw one at you too. Would you explain to the rest of the commission the situation with the catfish and lusk?
President Ladwig, yeah, so we had, well, backing up, the correctional facility for women there at Lusk has a aquaculture program there. And over the years, they've been growing tilapia. They had a disease issue there where they had to depopulate, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. And we started working with them then for the potential of them growing some catfish that then we would purchase from them and stock in some of the mostly community ponds around the state. And they had been doing an excellent job with that. In fact, this year they produced some jumbo, what we call jumbo catfish that had just been stocked out last week. And they were just great looking fish. Some of them was larger than 20 inches. So which provides some excellent angling opportunity for kids and people in town, like Sloan's Lake there and Cheyenne. Recently, they told us that they're going to have to let go of the program. They're having staffing issues. So a lot of the program is ran by one civilian person, and then they use the inmates there to provide a lot of the support work. Due to staffing issues, not being able to get people to fill that position, they decided they were going to quit the program. So we visited with them. Guy Campbell had several meetings with them to see if there was an opportunity. They actually had approached us to see if we'd be interested in taking it over. So we talked to them about the program and what it would take, and ultimately we decided that we probably could not make that work, unfortunately. So, you know, we even went as far as to look at some of the infrastructure they had there to see if maybe we could repurpose it at Spees at the new warm cool water facility. We don't think that's going to work either. So unfortunately, you know, we had a really good relationship with them there, and the program produced fish for us that a lot of the communities around the state are going to benefit from, but that looks like that's coming to an end.
Yeah, I thought maybe I was ahead of the power curve, and I was suggesting that this happened, and they'd already been working on it for a long time, as normal. But thank you, appreciate it. It was a good deal while it was going.
No, it certainly was.
Yeah. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, for all your support on that project. Really appreciate it.
Next, we'll do item number 14. Roy Weber. And Sean.
Get that up there. When my PowerPoint comes up in a minute. Use the other one. It is. All right. Looks like we got it there. So, Mr. President, members of the commission, and Director Nesvik. This afternoon, the Lands Branch has 3 separate property rights items for your consideration. I want to talk a little bit about Mule Creek Ranch, which is a ranch in Albany County. Fee title acquisition and the acceptance of a conservation easement and public access easement on that property. Been working on that for a long time. Also have 3 separate boat ramps on the Green River we'd like to install for public use. And then last, we'll finish off with the disposal of the game warden station in Buffalo that we no longer need. So Mule Creek Ranch, we'll start with that one. Mule Creek Ranch is located in northern Albany County in Elk Hunt Area 7, which I think most people are aware that we're significantly over objective for elk populations in that area. So the ranch is a big part of our management strategy up there to control the herds of elk out there. So the property is 6,660 acres in size, so a very large property. It's been enrolled in it's been a hunter management area since 2015. So hunters have to go to our website to apply for a permission slip to hunt out there. And that's been working out great since 2015. Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation purchased the property in 2022 with the intention of conserving it and continuing to have public access on the property. And so they have the same goals as we have. And RMEF as always has been very good to work with on this. They originally had planned on selling the property or trading it to the BLM. That transaction didn't happen. So they reached out to Game and Fish and a private landowner to try and do a public-private partnership. And we think this public-private partnership here will do a great job of achieving the department's goals on the property. I also wanted to mention here too, that we do keep track of how many permission slips are granted for hunting on the property. And in 2023, there were 633 permission slips granted for hunting out there. So we get a lot of use out of the area. There we go. All right, so here's a map that shows the location of it so everybody can see where this is at. The area right here is the actual ranch itself, this box. You got Rock River, Laramie to the south of there. Laramie Peak is located right over here, so directly to the east of the ranch, and Casper is up here to the north. Here's the kind of the split of the property of kind of the plan of what we were going to do here. So the western side of the property highlighted in lime green would be the area that would be purchased by the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission. And the area on the eastern side there is the eastern parcel, and it would be sold to a private landowner subject to a conservation easement and public access easement. And I also want to just highlight too that there's a lot of state land up here in blue and BLM property in yellow up here that this grants better access to as well. Okay, so we'll talk about the western parcel first. The property is 2,660 acres in size. We're proposing for the Game and Fish Commission to purchase the property for fair market value. And the market value was, based on appraisal, was $2,355,000 or $885 per acre.
The property currently has the existing parking area and corrals for public use. This property only allows walking hunting or horseback hunting currently. And so that's why there's corrals out there for the public to use. And if acquired, the property will become a new wildlife habitat management area. So here's just I have some pictures of the property just so everybody can see what it is. Here's a current existing sign on the property showing the access areas where hunters can go for hunting on there. Recently, this outhouse was placed on the property for the public to use, and we have some corrals out there too. Here's a picture taken kind of from the middle of the property looking directly to the southwest. You can kind of see in the distance there Elk Mountain. So you can see a long ways. That's a long ways away to Elk Mountain, but this is kind of the terrain for the western side of the property. Here's another picture taken from kind of the middle of the property looking directly north, pretty rugged terrain, good habitat for wildlife. Currently, the property only allows elk hunting. We only allow elk hunting on the property because we're trying to control those numbers, but the region felt like there was a chance that in the future, depending on populations and so on, they could allow black bear hunting, mountain lion hunting, pronghorn and mule deer in the future, depending on population out there. So next we'll talk about the eastern parcel. The property is 4,000 acres in size. It will be purchased by the Henry family of 88 Land and Livestock Company, who is currently leasing the property from RMEF. To be purchased subject to a conservation easement and public access easement. And those easements will be held by the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission. So we will monitor those areas to make sure that they're not developed or subdivided in the future. And access, just like right now, will be from November 1st through January 31st of each year for hunting. And we'll continue to have permission slip access only on that property.
Mr. President, may I?
Yes.
Permission slips from the department or from the landowner?
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, the permission slips are on our website. They apply on our website for all these hunter management areas. Yep.
And Mr. President, my understanding, don't we pay them for them permission slips to get onto these access?
Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, we don't, you mean pay who?
For some reason, I'm thinking that like on the Bear River one, every time somebody goes on to get a permission slip, the department pays X amount of money for them. Am I mistaken? Yes.
Mr. President, and Commissioner Roberts, I'm not aware of any payment to the landowner for that. It's just, we pay the landowner for access to the property, a flat fee. And Bear River divide, and then we grant permission slips.
So when you log on to the computer and then you get a permission slip to any of these, but the department's not paying any money for that at all. They were just allowing that access to be permission to access that property, and that's it.
Yeah, so Mr. President, if I may, so there are some hunter management areas that are completely privately owned. And yes, we pay the landowner a flat fee for that hunter management area on an annual basis. This would not be the same situation. The access easement would prevent that payment on an annual basis for the hunter management area, as I understand the project.
That is correct. Okay, so now I'd like to show the conservation easement and public access easement on the eastern side of the property. We had an appraisal completed on it, and the value of those easements were $1,265,000. RMEF applied for and received a $500,000 grant from the No Block Family Foundation, and that's been committed to the project. WWNRT has also committed $345,000 towards that price, and then RMEF has graciously committed to basically donate the remaining cost of that conservation easement to the department. And as you can see, all of those costs have been covered here. There will be no costs needed from the Game and Fish Commission to cover any of the conservation easement or public access easement, which is great. So next I have a few pictures just so everybody can see what it is. This is taken kind of just north of the cabin on the property, looking up in the mountains, a lot of juniper, pine, aspen trees out here, great habitat for wildlife. This next picture, this is Garrett Henry, who is the current leasing of the property and the buyer of the property too. This is, we've had multiple habitat improvement projects and wildlife projects on the property. This is one that was done in 2023 with areas for the wildlife to jump over the fencing and not get injured. So this was done in 2023. Since 2011, there's been multiple projects on the property, including water developments, road improvements, aspen mastication, prescribed burns, juniper thinning, spring X closures. So basically fencing around springs on the property so the cattle don't damage the springs, so close them off. And then sagebrush thinning as well. So a lot of work has gone into this place, and I believe there's more planned in the future. Here's a picture of one of the ponds on the property. There's two ponds. Both of them are very similar sized, but just really pretty landscape out there too. This picture here was taken just north of the cabin and the barn on the property. You can see the barn there, middle of the frame there. And then as this area in the back is what they call the South Mountain. Pretty much every time I've been out there, we've seen elk or heard elk up on that mountain. So it's a very, very high use from the elk in that area. Okay, well, let's talk about the timeline and the benefits. So if approved, we plan to complete the acquisition of the western parcel by the end of May. And the eastern parcel conservation easement and public access easement will be finalized and recorded prior to the sale. So RMEF will grant those or put those on the property prior to selling the property to the eastern parcel to 88 Land and Livestock Company. We think this is a great example of a public-private partnership to reduce cost to both sides. So the benefit is the public gets access to the property during the hunting season. Department gets to help control the elk by granting access during the hunting season. And we actually reduce some of the costs of maintenance of the property because the private landowner will be out there fixing the fence and maintaining the property themselves for a portion of it. And so if approved, the entire 6,660 acre property will be conserved and be available during the hunting season into perpetuity. So we think it's a great project. I wanted to also talk about public comment. We are required to post this in websites for at least 4 weeks. So we did that. We posted in the Laramie Boomerang and the Casper Star Tribune for 4 weeks in November into December of this year. We only got one comment from the public and it was positive towards the acquisition. So that's good. We also had this on the agenda for the Albany County Commissioner meeting. And they actually passed a resolution of support for the acquisition by Game and Fish. So they're on board with this as well. That actually also allows us to be able to use the conservation stamp access funds towards the purchase price of the property. So I'll stand for questions in just a minute, but this is what I'm requesting. The department is recommending the commission vote to approve the acquisition of the western portion of Mule Creek Ranch for $2,355,000 and authorize the use of conservation stamp access funds towards the purchase. And also on top of that, the department is recommending the commission vote to approve the acceptance of a donated conservation easement and public access easement for the eastern portion of Mule Creek Ranch. And I'll stand for any questions you may have.
I have a couple, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
The private in-holding, any communication with that landowner? Because it looked like it would be really great if you could cross without going all the way up north and coming back down.
Yeah, so I think I wonder if I can get back to that slide, but Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, there's actually government property between the two. And so you wouldn't have to cross on that private landowner in between the two.
Oh, okay.
And so there's state land in between. So it's all connected by public access.
Any idea how the private landowner feels about it?
I haven't personally discussed it with them, but we can reach out to them if we need to, for sure.
I was just curious.
Yeah. See if I can get back to it here.
It was all the way at the beginning. I don't need to see it again.
I can try and get to it real quick and then we'll move on. Oh, too far. So right here, state land here.
Yeah, I
You can
missed
cross
that
right between
before.
those
I'm
two.
sorry.
Yep.
Yeah. Um, question, I think for Brian or Meredith. If we were to adopt this recommendation, how big of a dent would it put in our conservation stamp access fund? Approximately.
I'll let Meredith answer that and then I'll talk bigger picture finances on this.
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, so the current balance in that fund for acquisitions is 1,209,000. Upon closing, there could be slightly more. I'm guessing around 1,210,000, for example. So out of licensed dollars, it would leave about 145 or 1,145,000 to come out of licensed dollars.
And how big of a dent does that put in that fund?
So at the end of FY '25, we projected at the March meeting that we would have just under 7,300,000 in the discretionary fund. The final FY '25 budget will come to the commission for approval in July. And there will be some adjustments that we will have to present at that time. So
There's enough, but it's still, my concern is that narrow margin and
Right.
and being able to generate some revenue to increase that gap again, so that if we have another Mule Creek come along and a really cool opportunity that we can jump on it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. It's great job. Is there road access to where, there's got to be a road somewhere.
Yeah.
Does it go to the eastern portion, the western portion?
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, there's Mule Creek Road runs all the way on the south side of the property. And so it runs the access road to those corrals runs right off of there. And then Fetterman Road runs on the eastern side of the property. And so there's state land access. You can get there from the other side of the property. And I guess people do sometimes drive out there and park on the state land.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I don't understand the finances on this thing. Our purchase price is 2.3. But then up here, you had a slide with other donations, but that was just for the conservation easement that we would pay the Henry family for our conservation easement on the east half.
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw, we're buying the western side of the property outright, so that's completely separate. The eastern side of the property would have, RMEF is getting funds deposited in their account and grant funds to help cover that $1.265 million.
Yep.
And so Garrett Henry is buying the property subject to those easements at whatever price the Game and Fish or RMEF is selling it to them for.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the director's concern. I share it. I don't know if we should drain the access, yes, or those that 1.2 million fund draw it completely down. So that makes more have to come out of our general budget, right, Meredith?
So I would just remember that continues to grow every time somebody buys a conservation stamp. We can only spend 85% of it on access. The other 15% has to be used on migration, animal movement.
Yep.
So we wouldn't be draining it completely down, but my recommendation, considering our financial situation, would be to spend as much out of that as we could, knowing that we can then, it grows at about 1.4 million a year. It will actually replenish fairly quickly.
can I just add one thing?
Please.
President Ladwig, Commissioner Brokaw, so those access funds are earmarked specifically for that. So the 7.3 million that we talked about being the available amount in the discretionary fund at the end of the year includes the 1,209,000 of those access specific funds. I would recommend that you use that for a project like this, leaving an excess balance or the remaining balance mostly comprised of dollars that can be used anywhere.
Sure, yep. And you want this, you hope to close on this by May.
Yes, Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw, that's the plan is by the end of May. But we can extend that out if we need to.
However, closing at the end of May would be a good thing for the upcoming hunting season.
Any further discussion? in The commission?
I would just encourage the commission. I think it's important for us to, anytime we get an opportunity to purchase land for the sportsmen in the state, I think it's incumbent we should do it. I think the director's been pretty adamant about saving people's rights to be able to hunt. So I think, and having property to do so, so we don't end up like the other states. So I'd encourage you a yes vote on this.
Motion. What's your pleasure? Is there a motion? Further discussion?
I completely agree with my colleague that, if an opportunity comes up like this, you take it. And I hear what, the director said about narrowing the margin, but at the same time, you don't want to let an opportunity like this go by. It seems to me. So personally, I'm in favor of it, so I would move to approve the acquisition of the western portion of the Mule Creek Ranch for $2.355 million and authorize the use of conservation stamp access funds for the purchase.
Second.
Is that was me, Rusty? It's been moved and seconded to approve this purchase and close on it in May, Director?
Yeah, Mr. President, I think one more thing that's important to make sure is part of this discussion is this is a unique opportunity. This is different than a private landowner, a standard traditional ranching private landowner and the department and the commission purchasing land and converting it to total only wildlife access. This is the owner is a conservation group who is saying, we want to sell it to a buyer who's going to continue to have wildlife habitat, continue to have hunter access, and then work in private partnership to have grazing as part of the management plan for the property. So it's very unique. It's not, this wasn't a case of the department going out to a private landowner and saying, we want to convert your property from ag purpose or ag use into wildlife use. It's much, much different. And I do think that, there probably, I know our state well, and I know the politics well, and I know there's certainly going to be some folks that may have some concerns with the commission owning more property, but I think this is one of those that's a win-win. The seller is able to fulfill their interest. We're able to meet our mandates to manage wildlife and provide access, and you still have an ag use on the property. So I think all the way around, this is the kind of project the commission should be looking for and should seize upon when you have the opportunity.
Commissioner Masterson, did you have anything else?
There is a second motion about the conservation easement, but in the interests of decorum, perhaps we vote on that first one and I'll make a second one.
Okay. Everybody understand the first motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. President, I would move to accept the donation of a conservation easement and public access easement for the eastern portion of the Mule Creek Ranch.
Second.
Same movement and same motion and second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you, Roy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Son. Appreciate your guys' work on this. This is pretty important.
I'll add to the thanks given you by the president. I think it's a great piece of work and appreciate you undertaking it, and it's a wonderful thing for the department and the state.
Thank you. Hey, Wayne, you put that back up. So as he's getting that next slideshow back up, we want to talk about the Green River Boat Ramps project in Sweetwater County. So it's located along the Green River, north of Green River, Wyoming. It's 3 separate access roads, parking areas, and boat ramps to be installed on property owned by Rock Springs Grazing Association. One location will include a fishing easement along the bank of the Green River for pedestrian access as well. Rock Springs Grazing Association is offering the easements for a 10-year period with the option to renew for an additional 10-year period. And I wanted to just talk real briefly about the fish division does stock fish along the river there. They stock a significant amount of Bear River cutthroat, rainbow trout, and Snake River cutthroat trout south of the Fontenelle Dam. So there's really good fishing in this area. I want to show this map here just to show the location of the maps of the boat ramps. So these 2 areas here, you have 6 Mile boat ramp, which is currently in existence, and it's on U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service property. And then the southern boat ramp is the Jamestown boat ramp, and it's on City of Green River property. But between these 2 boat ramps, there is nothing for public access on the river. And it's 29 miles between these 2 locations. So the goal of this is to put these 3 boat ramps in and spread out that pressure along the river so people can access the river safely down through that area. So basically, just want to talk distances too. So from this 6 Mile boat ramp to the OCI Bridge, it's about 10.5 miles. And from this Alkali Creek boat ramp down to Jamestown, it's another 5.5 miles. So pretty decent distance between all these areas, but we think this will definitely help out the boating pressure on the river.
Mr. President, before we leave the map, and you have to go back to it, what would be the road access to those? Is it that road that's paralleling the river on the west?
Mr. President, Commissioner Masters, and I'll show on the next maps,
Okay.
but the OCI Bridge is access from this direction because it's on the western side of the river. But these other 2 are on the eastern side of the river, and so there's access county roads up this direction. Access to the boat ramps is not an issue, yep. So the first location is the OCI ramp location. It's the northernmost boat ramp we'd like to put in. It's access from OCI Entrance Road, or also known as County Road 6. That's an access road easement down to a 0.7 acre parking area. The area will provide boating access to the western side of the Green River, as I mentioned. This is just a picture of the location. Thanks to Brian Rogden here in the Lands Branch. He took a drone up there and took a few pictures for us. So here's a map that shows the location. You can see here's the county road, the access road down to the boat launch location right here.
That will all have to be built?
Mr. President, Mr. President, there's access roads there, and so it's going to be minimal work to get there. I think people have been using it legally, so.
Thank you.
The next boat ramp is the Monument Hill ramp location. It's 3.6 miles south of the OCI Bridge location. It's the access from Old Stouffer Road, County Road 7, and Blue Rim Road, County Road 5. The access road will provide access to a 0.34 acre parking area on the eastern side of the Green River. That's a picture of the location. And here's the map. So pretty long access road down to this parking area right here. Then the last location is the Alkali Creek ramp. It's 9.6 miles south of the Monument Hill location. It's access from Blue Rim Road, County Road 5. The access road provides access to 1.16 acre parking area on the eastern side of the Green River. This location has the pedestrian fishing easement as well, which I'll show on the next map. It's 7,923 feet along the bank of the river. It's a 100-foot wide easement from the high water line mark of the river out to the middle of the river. So here's the access road down to the parking area, and this entire distance right here, all the way down to this ridge, will be the pedestrian fishing access. So just kind of a summary of it, Rock Springs Grazing Association has offered all 3 access easement locations for the 10-year term. They require an upfront fee of $4,500 and yearly payments of $3,000 per year for all 3 locations. We'll increase legal access to the river for the public and some great fishing opportunities as well, and also spread out that pressure for boating. Rock Springs Grazing Association will have better enforcement by the department to reduce their trespass issues out there as well. So I think it's better to have that public access in certain locations along the river. So I'll stand for questions, but the department recommends the commission vote to approve the 10-year public access easements with Rock Springs Grazing Association for a total cost of $34,500 over the 10-year term.
Mr. President, I question, is there, and I'm thinking that, isn't Wildlife Federation throwing money at this also, these projects, and what's their aspect, what they're going to do with it? Do you know, Jess?
Jess is back and Jesse shaved.
Yeah,
Hey, Jess.
she changed.
Jess Johnson, Government Affairs Director, Wyoming Wildlife Federation. This would be a question I can come back to you with a better answer for, as it's out of my programmatic work. But our habitat manager was working on a lot of this with the boat ramps as well, and we were pulling outside funding in, but that's the best I have to give you guys. And I can just commit to getting back to you on the specifics of it.
I'd seen something on your funding where it's going for these boat ramps and stuff, but then I didn't know.
I think we had a one fly grant and a few other things that we were pulling towards that. I know we also worked with some of the tourism dollars, or we attempted to, but because of the constraints around that, we were not able to pull some of those in, but we did complete a good portion of this. I just don't have the specifics of how much it was.
Go ahead, sir.
It's a fishing thing.
I know.
It's a
I
fishing
know.
thing.
No doubt.
Is any construction necessary for these as far as, I mean, do we have to build anything as far as the ramp goes? And the second thing is you use the future tense in describing 2 of the roads. The road will, or the ramp will be accessed. So that begs the question, do we have to do anything there?
Yes, Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, there are some costs associated with building the boat ramps, which is my understanding, talking to the Fish Division, there's some grant funds available for that. But the rough estimates I saw were about $11,500 for the OCI Bridge, Monument Hill, almost $16,000, and Alkali Creek, almost $16,000 as well. That's for road improvements, and then boat ramp, primitive boat ramps they're gonna put in there.
And the road?
And the road, yeah, road improvements. Most of those roads are already in place. So it's not gonna take a lot of work, but just make sure it's clean.
Thank you.
So, Mr. President, question for Roy. That $43,000 is coming from outside grants, Fish Division for the boat ramps construction. That's more money than the easement is.
Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw, it would be boating access funds.
Yeah, okay. So you're asked, new commission dollars is just the 34.5.
Correct.
Easement.
Yes.
So I have to ask the question. Do we have any left in access yes funding? Or is this another line item, or is this out of that 6.8 that's left over, or?
If I may, Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw. So as you can see, it's over a 10-year term. They're looking for a $4,500 upfront payment. I believe that we can absorb that out of the current lands branch budget. And then we'll factor that in future years. So I don't believe that'll be an issue.
Thank you. Just have some information.
got a quick team behind me, apparently. I've got the answer for it. We did do, it was three boat ramps. It was with Rock Springs Grazing Association. It's right outside the town of Green River. It is for fishing. And we're in the last stages of finishing the work on that, so they're paid for and done. But now it's the sort of the easement work that needs to happen to ensure that there's always access there.
Any further questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, I move that the commission vote to approve the 10-year public access easement to the Rock Springs Grazing Association.
I will second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve this proposal for the Green River Boat Ramps project. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
All right.
Thank you, Roy.
So next, let's talk about
Right.
revenue generation. So this is the Buffalo Game Warden Station disposal. This is, some of you may remember back in 2022, we purchased a new game warden station in Buffalo. The new game warden up there is currently living in that house. The game warden that lived in this house has since retired, and so it's vacant, and the department has no need for two houses in Buffalo. So we'd like to dispose of this house. It's located at 842 Fort Street. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house with a 1-car garage. It was originally purchased in 1959. It's under contract. It was advertised and everything on Zillow and a couple other places for real estate for under contract for $223,000. And the condition of the house is not excellent. So we agreed to a department credit of $5,000 to the buyer to help with the needed improvements to the house. If approved, the buyer would like to close by the end of April. So here's a picture of the house itself. They're in Buffalo. So the department recommends the commission vote to approve the sale of the Buffalo Game Warden Station for $223,000 minus credits to the buyer and closing costs. And I'll stand for any questions on that one.
I guess my question would be, I would think that the housing market would command more than the 223,000 in Buffalo. Cause everybody's saying, I can't find housing, I can't find housing. And then all of a sudden we're 223 and then we're throwing in 5,000 for it. I don't know.
Yes, Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts. So the house itself, like I said, was bought in 1959. We got a lot of interest. There's a lot of need for housing in Buffalo. The house itself had some pretty significant issues, needs all new fascia all the way around, more than likely a new roof. The basement had some leaking water, from groundwater issues. And so it's just stuff that was not ideal for the normal buyer, I guess. Somebody who has the funds to fix that stuff up front is who would be buying it.
Is it, was it an appraisal done? Is that how we arrived at the price?
Yes, Mr.
I see
President.
heads nod.
Yes,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President, Commissioner Masterman, yes, there was an appraisal.
Sell it, sell it, sell it.
Mr. President, I'm gonna make a motion to approve the sale of the Buffalo Game Warden Station for $223,000 minus credits to the buyer and closing costs.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the sale of the Buffalo Game Warden Station minus credits and closing costs. Is there any further discussion?
I'm gonna vote no on this I think we get more money off of it, but I'd encourage everybody else to vote no on this, to sit on it for a little bit longer to see where we're at. But that's just me.
I guess, Commissioner Roberts, I'm listening to the shape of the house and our history with game warden houses. We didn't keep up on deferred maintenance very well. So with a leaky basement and needing a new roof, I would walk away. Take what we can get.
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, if I may, we evaluate all of these properties prior to putting them on the market. So we do an inspection, we have an appraisal completed, we have our facilities management crew take a look at these, and then we try to determine the best course of action based on the status or the condition of the home. So we're faced with what would it take to get to the home to a certain point where we feel like we would exceed the amount of money and the labor that it would take to put into the home, and we would get a substantial amount of profit out of that? Or do we sell the property as is? As we evaluated this particular property and went through that process and dealing with some of the issues that it does have, we felt like selling the property as is was the best course of action, and that's why we did go out and obtain an appraisal. One of the other things that we do face is the long-term hold on these properties does cost the department additional money, especially when we've already gone out and acquired another home and put the existing warden in that home. So we're paying utilities and property taxes and so forth on these as time goes by. So we did have some previous offers that weren't as good as this one. So when we were able to come to an agreement on this particular one, we wanted to bring it to commission and recommend that we move forward with the sale, if that helps.
Any further discussion?
Nope.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Let the record reflect. Motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. John? Nish? Last and the best.
Nish from Game and Fish.
President Lagwig, Director Nesvik, members of the commission, I'm Nish Goikolea, the Communications and Education Chief, and I'm here today to talk to you about proposed changes to the Landowner of the Year Award. As you'll see in your commission packet and attachments therein, we are looking to modify the Landowner of the Year Award to better represent department changes and recommendations. We had an internal committee, cross-divisional committee that went through and reviewed the current process, solicited input from all the regions, and then also looked at the recommendations that were made 10 years ago. And the last time this policy was modified was in 2011. Some of the things we want to change refer to the criteria, timeline, and then also kind of giving an update on the process so that it's better lined out within commission policy. Therefore, regardless of whoever's standing here working for the department, the process will always maintain the same. The Landowner of the Year Award is dedicated to publicly recognize landowners who make significant contributions to wildlife conservation, habitat management, or wildlife-related recreational access. And so we value this award. We think it's a really important thing. We also always have a public dinner and we do a lot of recognition, media and press-wise. So the changes that we're proposing today are just to reflect those major things. Some of the major, one of the other criteria changes that I want to talk about is we're proposing to go from 7 regionally recognized landowner of years to a minimum of 4. That gives the department the ability to recognize more than one landowner of the year in the same region. So just some things like that we've seen in the past where we've had recommendations, but we were kind of limited by some of these policies. So at the end, the department recommends the commission vote to approve the proposed changes to the Landowner of the Year policy, and I'll stand for any questions.
I forgot to add the recommended changes if you want to read them. Nish sent that to your computer. It is not in the packet. Is there any questions? I'm sure you've read it by now.
Mr. President, if I may, do we dilute the significance of Landowner of the Year by having a minimum of 4? And that's, I believe that recognizing these landowners is incredibly important, and they deserve it, and it's appropriate that we do it. So that's maybe just a philosophical question. Do you dilute it by having 4 instead of 1?
By region?
I'm just curious. I'm just wondering your opinion.
I think there's a misunderstanding. You want to address it?
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, so previously we had a requirement of 7.
We had to have
Mm.
one from every single region. So actually, we're trying to do the opposite. And
Oh,
we're trying
okay.
to really
Right.
highlight, typically we always have at least 4. And so 4 or more, not limiting it.
Thank you. And thank you for being a lot kinder than Brian and pointing out that I missed the point.
Any other questions? Is there a motion?
Mr. President, I'll make a motion to approve the proposed policy changes to landowner of the year.
I'd second that, Mr. President.
Been moved and seconded to approve the changes to the landowner year program. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you.
Now we do a call in public.
Yeah.
Or you got comments?
I'll wait till after the call to the public. It's just some logistics for tomorrow.
We're gonna do a call to the public. Is there any public input? Director Nesbitt, you had some comments?
So I think we should have a discussion here while we have the time about how to handle the logistics of our public comment that we know we have tomorrow. We've had, I don't know what the number's at now. We have 120 requests just for online comment tomorrow. And the general call to the public, or is that between the two items? Between the two items, the trapping presentation and then also the general call to the public. We don't have enough time to do 120 just online. That doesn't count the in-person comments. So, you know, I think one of the, we this morning, the president received an email from from a representative from one of the larger conservation groups that I thought had some real merit. And I think that I'm gonna throw something out and offer it up for you to consider. You know, I think that there's no way for us to not have a time limit on individual public comments tomorrow, but I wonder if we couldn't have for those folks that are known leaders or representatives of larger organizations, to provide them up to 5 minutes, say, to present on behalf of their organization, and then still limit individual commenters to 2 minutes. And then secondly, to allow no more than 90 minutes of public comment on the first item, which is the trapping item, and no more than 2 hours of public comment on the general call to the public. I do think that I do recommend the commission strongly consider some constraints tomorrow, or we simply won't be able to do the business the commission needs to do tomorrow.
Mr. President, one concern I have, so if you allow the larger group to have the 5 minutes, we're still gonna have all of the members go for a minute. I mean, for all, so, I mean, we've just increased it, plus I don't foresee them saying, oh, I'm gonna allow her to, or him to talk for me. They're still gonna want the other side, besides you get the 5 minutes plus the 1 minute or 2 minutes to vote down. That's my concern.
So I agree, there are some that certainly will. However, we heard from one particular group, I won't mention their name, but indicating that if that were the case, at least in their organization, their members that do want to comment would likely get up and say, I agree with whoever the person was that spoke on behalf of the group, and they would limit their comment that way.
Mr. President, clarification, what restriction, I agree with the commission setting some rules and some sideboards. But what are our Open Meeting Act rules? What are we allowed to restrict the public from doing? Time or what can we do?
Repetition.
Yeah. And Mr. President, the commission has a lot of latitude and flexibility in how you receive public comment. You can set time limits, and that's a very common routine practice with other entities, including the legislature, other public boards. So you have broad latitude to make sure you can still conduct the business of the commission and receive feedback.
You can limit the total time allowed for public comment. You can limit individual commenters in their time. You can require that folks honor the decorum and the standards of this commission and not allow folks that don't choose to bring their comments in a professional manner in a way that's acceptable in a public forum. So you have a lot of latitude here and I do think we need to exercise that.
I agree. So I would go with your recommendation if the president sees fit that we limit each item, the trapping to a time, and then the last item 17, call to the public to a set time. And then for fairness, it was suggested to me by the gentleman that sat there all day, but now it's gone. That were we gonna take in-room comments before online comments, or because they've already filed ahead of time, do they get precedence? Who gets to speak first?
We've been saying that the in-room comments come first, but
The
that's.
commission has that prerogative and I've seen that done at other meetings and I think that's well within your prerogative to do that if people are here in person. I mean, I talked to a gentleman today that represents a big group who drove 8 hours to be here for this meeting. So I think that's well within your purview. I'm sorry, say that again. No, the president can just make this decision. You don't have to vote. But I thought it was a good discussion to have for you all to provide your input to the president so he can make an informed decision.
Mr. President, I think that I like these recommendations. I think it's helpful to let folks know that try not to be repetitious. If you agree with somebody, either just say you agree and go back down or don't come up if your statement that you were going to make has already been said. And I think this goes for the same thing online. So.
Mr. President, my only comment would be that I agree with everything the director has recommended. I certainly have seen and been subject to time limits for public comments. I don't think that's unusual or uncalled for. I think you have the complete authority to cut someone off if it's the fourth time we've heard it. And I also think if someone becomes agitated or rude or unprofessional, I think you have the right to stop them. The only thing that I disagree with about what the director suggested is some people getting more time than others. I appreciate the philosophy behind it. If people would honor it, I think I would be more in favor of it. But first, how do you draw the line? Who gets 5? How big of an organization do you have to be to get 5? But I can imagine there would be groups where their members will want to talk regardless of how long their leadership speaks. So I would be more in favor of just having a uniform time limit for every speaker. That's my comments.
Nish, are you gonna have this public comment guidelines available for everybody tomorrow morning? That has been handed out? Has everybody seen that, or is it just us just me? Just me?
We haven't disseminated that to the public, but it will be available when folks come in tomorrow.
I'm thinking of the commission to make a decision.
Come on up, Nish. I can't hear you.
Because we still have items on the agenda also that we have to.
Yeah, we have to get through our business and.
But one of the items is number 1 on the agenda, so.
Mr.
There it
President,
is.
we're gonna put it up here for you.
There we go.
It's on the board. We're gonna do the trappings, because you said you were gonna give them 90 minutes. It's scheduled for 60 minutes.
Yeah, I think we would just.
Mr. President, I don't have any issue with that.
The only thing was the time of 90 minutes and 2 hours.
Yeah, and just to explain that a little bit, I mean, and you could change that. You may even want to go, I don't know how many we've got for specific to the trapping one, but I did that based on the number of folks we know that want to comment. And I think there were fewer commenters on the trapping presentation than there were the general call of the public, and that's why I think you could probably even go shorter than 90 minutes on the first one and maybe 2 hours on the second.
I think we leave that to the president's discretion based on how well the agenda goes tomorrow and how full the room is. You know, I think that decision's made on the fly.
Okay, that Deputy Director Wiltinger just told me for the first item, there's only 14. So, you know, we could probably say that limits an hour. And the second item is, yeah, there'll be more in person too.
Yes. That's comments you have in your hand. That doesn't count what's gonna be in the seats. And there's gonna be some people here in the seats, so. I guess we can just kind of go on the fly, either 60 minutes is what on the agenda, or if we need to extend it, we'll just keep going until we get through it. Up to 90 minutes, maybe. Okay, anybody have any problem with that?
That's good. Good, I support.
And then we'll just, Mr. President, you're just gonna have to think about this overnight and decide at the beginning tomorrow as to whether we're going to allow leaders of groups. There's obviously some disagreement on the commission about that. If my thought was as far as a leader of a group, I mean, we know most of these folks, if they are the executive director or the spokesman for their group, we know who most of them are. I mean, I think that they need to be something we can confirm and verify as a 501c3, or I don't know what the line would be, but you'll need to make that call so we can let folks know that at the beginning of the meeting tomorrow.
I think he's trying to tell me I gotta stay up and think about this.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
Respectful disagreement.
Yes.
Mr. Director.
Yes.
Respectful.
Yes, it was, as it always is.
Okay, do we need to discuss this anymore? Take on tomorrow as it comes.
I think we're good.
Anything else for the good of the business, the good of game and fish? Very early. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I would like to make a motion that we adjourn today's meeting.
Second?
Second.
Thank you,
Motion's
Mr. President.
been
Great
made.
meeting today. Way to get us through it. We had a lot on the plate and I
Thank
sure
you.
appreciate all of your diligence and your hard work you put into it before you go it. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Meeting is adjourned.